Hello. Hello, everyone. It seems that I am live and in a different room. You can probably tell by the blurred background. I still haven't sorted out the sound. I'll do it at some point, rather. Probably telling me that I'm live. So, again, I don't watch the videos, but Dave mentioned it. Davey mentioned hello, Casper. He didn't mention hello, Casper. It's good to read you. Great timing. It's what I do. I don't know. How is it great timing? Davey, said about street show and suggested that I watch some of it, a bit of it all, and very impressed with Robert. Very impressed. I still don't get that. There's a person saying this information, explaining different points, different thought processes, different links. Probably an important word. And people just saying whatever it was said was like, well, my interpretation of it was this, and my interpretation of it was this, and nobody seems to take on board the actual information they're given. It almost seems like, I'm not saying this is the case, I'm just saying it almost seems like it's, no, you're wrong, this is what that meant. No, oh, I hadn't really thought of that. It's possible. Or what if that was the case? What if you're right? What if none of that? And it blows my mind that people don't have the ability to take in the information that somebody says without hinting that they're wrong and this is what that meant. That's how it seems. And that's crazy. I'm thinking, this person, I don't know nothing about this person. I don't know how smart they are. I don't know the length of time they're in the chase. I caught that didn't have the book. But I only listened to about 4 or 5 minutes. I thought, wow, this, yeah. There's some high level of interpretation going on. And it just went, and I didn't need to listen to a lot because I just thought, oh, wow, this person obviously knows what they're talking about. And what relates to, or could relate to, the bigger picture. Hi, Nikki, how you doing? Zozo, wow, hi. And I'm thinking, Hank, I didn't want to watch all of it. I didn't really want to. I only heard a little bit, and that was enough for me to know that Robert had some connection with some of the stuff that was going on. But it's not horrible. It just feels weird to listen to somebody giving out information and it just going one ear and out the other, and it doesn't get expanded on. The only person that expands on it is the person that's talking about it, and everyone else is just saying, well, my interpretation is this and my interpretation is this, and nobody sort of says, well, actually, yeah, now that you mentioned that, what if it was, it doesn't progress. I'm not going to say it gets shut down because obviously the person was allowed to speak, but it's just weird. It really is weird. Hi, Mama Q, how you doing? Did I finally figure out our time difference? Possibly. Or I would say yeah. But I don't know how. Like, you could be asleep and there could be a big alarm on your phone that goes, some idiot is talking on YouTube. Do you want to listen? No, I think you've done really good. Yeah. It's very difficult to figure out the time difference, to be fair, depending on where you are in America, because it's such a big place, isn't it? And set up in time. We don't have no time zones here. We're too small. So, like, whatever time it is, it's the same time all over the country. No, the countries. So the United Kingdom. So whether it be Wales, Scotland, or whatever, it's still the same time. So thanks for being here and thanks for figuring out the time. And I think it's a good time in the chase. I really do. I think Ben coming back off holiday could be important to a progression. There is information. I don't know why people don't talk about the STUEF.com not progressing. And could I've put on front of this? Could that be the chest in someone's hand and they know warm water's halt on the TV? I mean, people say that this person's lying down, which is possible, but it could also be somebody bent over dragging something like a chest, or it could just be Rambo. But who knows? So, are there answers that are being given out in regard to the chase, and nobody taking any notice? Or is it just another? I mean, I don't know what his solve was. I have no idea what the solve was. I didn't, like I say, I didn't listen to all of it, so I don't know if there was a solve at the end of it, or whether he was just making statements of opinions that he has with regard to the chase. But what was being said, seems potentially fruitful information, like banana type information. This was never about the chest. I mean, I don't know how many times I can keep saying the same thing. But if it's not about the chest, why are people still saying that they have the solve? I don't. It's just, I don't know. My mind can't comprehend that if people agree that the chest is just the law, why do they still say they solved the poem? I just can't get it. I just don't understand it. I really don't. It's like, well, if you agree that's the law, then it's not what the poem was about. It's not what the thrill of the chase was about. It's nothing to do with, which is what Forrest said. Don't tell me you found a chest. I don't even need to know your name. Read me what the poem says. And people say they solved the poem. I just don't get it. It's like, it's worse than denial. It's really worse than denial. You can't read to Forrest what the poem says. How in any world, any universe, any multiverse, whatever it is, how does that relate to you solving the poem? I don't get where the denial is from. If you can't read the poem to Forrest, how does that equate to being a solver? I don't get it. Don't understand it. Really don't. Jeep Girl, it's been a long time. How are you? I'm glad to have you here. Ooh, hello. Hi, friends. It was about life, self, action, reaction, generosity, understanding, belief. Belief I in truth. Don't know what that last bit was. Oh, belief in truth with a capital I. Hello, Amy. Hello, Amy. Well, hello, Amy. It's so nice to have you in my chat. Along with Mr. UK Paul. What are you doing awake, my friend? my fellow countrymen. How are you doing? I'm glad you are awake, hopefully not too drunk. How do you, Frank, hello, but how do you people claim to be searchers, participants, whatever word you want to use? How do you claim to be part of the chase and then ask questions like that? When did Forrest say, read the poem to me? You have to be joking me. Really have to be joking to me. There are not many YouTube streams, videos, whatever you call them. There aren't many. And of them, there's probably K-Pro and Ben that would have any information that could have what it is you just asked. And you ask me, when did Forrest say, read the poem to me? Where have you been? It went something like this, Frank. Don't tell me you found a chest. I don't even need to know your name. Read me what the poem says, and it's game over. That's how it went. Now, if you're telling me that you are currently and previously a chase participant, you have never heard that statement. And these are the things that I just don't get. I really don't get. Like people say they're searchers that don't even know the poem. It's like, what? No way. If you really are in the chase, you know that poem off by heart. You know every word in that poem. So seriously, Frank, if you're really, really asking that question, I just don't get it. I really don't. I really, really, really don't. Either you are devil's advocate, troll, or any other word that means you never saw or heard the audio. And it's a big thing, this audio of Forrest saying this, especially to Shiloh, these little bits of information that come out, similar to if you hide it in the same place, nobody will ever find it there, similar to that. And you're asking me, when did that happen? I don't know. I think you're just trolling me. Oh, that's different. So you don't trust anything after his death? Because why don't you trust anything after Forrest's death? Hey Kiwi, how you doing? He said it. Yeah, he said it. Everything that Forrest said is information, all relevant to understanding the previous information. Why the previous information was said. Every bit of information that doesn't make any sense at all is based on the previous information that doesn't make any sense at all. And if you can understand the present information, you will be able to backtrack and understand the previous information. And if you understood the previous information, you'll be able to look forward and understand the next bit of information. How do we not? It's not AI generated. How do we know any of the chase is not AI generated? You choose not to believe it now because you don't understand what's happening in the chase. And yet when you thought you knew what was happening in the chase, you believed everything. So the faith in the Maverick you would have before the chest was found, and then the faith in the Maverick goes, and it's now AI because you choose not to want to believe. That would be a question for Cynthia and Dale. Ooh, that would be a question for Cynthia and Dale. Uh-oh. Don't know what that is. WATB peeps for snacks, kiwis. Don't know what that means. Got any Scooby snacks? Oh, Shaggy. Yeah, not Yabba Dabba Doo. I can't remember what he says now. Getting Flintstones and that mixed up. I eat people. Oh, I eat cannibals. We've never heard anything directly from Forrest or Shiloh. Always from Shiloh through someone else. Yes, the truth. I know everything that's going on, and it's all. Yeah, isn't that another way of saying nothing is as it seems? Isn't that the exact way of saying nothing is as it seems? Are you not, or have you not been told this is subterfuge? Have you not been told that? Did you not get that memo that says nothing is as it seems? And yet most of you continue to try and say, well, it's all subterfuge. If you're told that it's not what it seems to be, how can it be subterfuge? It's not secretly done. It's not hidden away. It's not behind closed doors. It's told to your face. Things are not what they seem. Calling it subterfuge, no, it's not what it seems. You're already told. You are already told it's not what it seems. So therefore, how is it subterfuge? It's right in front of you. It's been given to you, handed to you on a plate, and you were told it's not what it seems. So how can it be subterfuge? Need to get me some Scooby snacks. So trust no one and nothing, not even your. Yes, I think I said that, didn't I? 5 years ago, nearly, whatever it was. Sent an email to Forrest. Who's who in the chase? What's this all about? So trust no one, not even me, he says. Well, if I can't trust you, who do I give answers to? Who do we talk to about the chase? Who can we tell if we have the correct solve, if we can't trust the person that set it up? That's a bit weird. I trust everyone until they give me reason not to, or until I don't understand what it is they're talking about. You don't need to trust me. No one needs to trust me. No one needs to believe me. No one needs to take on board anything that I say. You just need to understand that Forrest has done something amazing. And ask people, before you start to think bad thoughts, to think nice thoughts about him. So therefore, if you had faith in Forrest, not me, doesn't matter about me. This is not about me. It's not about a solver. It's not about a finder. This is about Forrest making it happen. If you had enough faith in Forrest, you would not question what was being said. You would try to understand what was being said. Big difference. Because if you don't try to understand it, I mean, Robert was doing a great job of understanding what was being said, and nobody took any notice. None. And as if by magic, hello, Ben, how are you? I've been waiting for you to get back from holiday because the poem said, when you get back from holiday. I'm pretty certain, if I don't know how you do shave, whether it's personal, you go to the barbers and have it done. I'm pretty certain that at some point soon, if not already, that beard will go. I hope you and your family had a great holiday, and Ashley, and well, Ashley's your family, but separately, you and Ashley and the family. I heard directly from Shiloh. I don't know what that means. I know what it means. I know what it means, but I don't know what it's in relation to. Hey, MJ, what's going on? What's going on? Hello, hello, hello. What's going on here? Not much, to be fair. Better things going on than going off. I can trust those though, or we can all trust those though, apparently. Lots of folks have received handwritten notes from Shiloh, Mama Q being one of them. Is that so? Well, I am shocked. I am totally amazed. I haven't received a handwritten note from Shiloh. Shiloh, I'm disappointed. Where's my handwritten note? Was it fun and answers? I had 3 beers. Oh, 3 beers. 3 bears. I had 3 beers with Shiloh last night. He's a lightweight. He spilled the beans on the actors. The nothing as it seems. Hmm. Hmm. I don't think any beans need to be spilled. Although Forrest did talk about beans, I think. I don't think any beans need to be spilled. I just think you need to listen. There's a rock. Hi, how's it going? No, but it won't be long. I don't think it'll be long. I think, well, if people are receiving handwritten notes, didn't you get a handwritten note? It's funny how Greg paid Robert Frank 615 to say those things about Street. It's funny how Greg paid Robert Frank. Is that the person that was speaking to Street to say those things about Street? The nice things. Greg paid a person to say nice things about Street. I only saw 4 or 5 minutes. I didn't see a lot of it. I just thought, oh, he knows what he's talking about, this bloke. And the bit that I saw, he was like praising Street and Bill and you, Frank. He was praising you. He was saying what a wonderful person you were and how much information you gave him that helped him understand the chase. And yet, you, to the whole of the chase community, don't give out that sort of information that Robert was giving out. Why is that, Frank? This person, with the knowledge that he has, even talking about Alexandria, talking about the monetary system, talking about all of these things that you have never mentioned, or that I've heard you mention, says what a wonderful job you did in helping him. Weird, isn't it? You talk about imposters and Forrest being these people, and he talks about the chase as a whole. Weird. So he said some nice things about you, and he said some nice things about Street, from what I heard. And then I thought, wow, this person is quite intelligent, or listens, or reads, or really understands what's going on, or has an idea, or potentially could. Ben, when should we start calling you Rip Ben Winkle? That would be Rip Ben Winkle, wouldn't it? Rip Ben Winkle. One thing I learned today is dot, 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 our USA female rugby team. What? Look like they could beat the men's team. You have a rugby team? I thought it was called American football. Sorry, just had to get that in. There is no difference hardly between the rugby and the American football that you play. Hardly. Not much of a difference. But I didn't even know that you had rugby over there, which is another one of our games. Please don't change the name of that. It's called rugby. And our game is called football because we kick a ball with our feet. We don't pick it up and throw it around or rug at each other. Hey, Lulu, how you going? Good to see you. Rip Ben Winkle, that should be it. Rip Ben Winkle. Fu Ben Chu. Confucius, he say Fu Ben Chu. I'm reading hello, 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 hello. Rugby is different, only a little bit different. You still get sacked. You still line up against each other and go, poof. and fall down, you still throw a ball, except you throw it forward and they throw it backwards. You still kick to try and get the ball between the posts. It's very similar. It has nothing to do with football, but it's very similar to rugby. No pads. Yes, because we are men over here. We don't, well, they start to use them now, but we, you don't wear pads. It's a game of rugby. You don't need to protect yourself from another person who's going to hug you. I'm only joking. No, no pads. You don't need them. Those, like, you look at the American footballers and they look, a lot bigger, a lot wider. And you look at our rugby people and they look tiny. But then when you put them together without the pads and everything, there ain't much in it. No matter what anyone says about Street and Greg, I'm absolutely certain the nature of their true characters is honourable and good. Is that because Ben Street lives 35 miles away from you? But what do people say about Street and Greg? Hang on a minute. Frank, I've missed something. Because all I've heard people say about Street is good things. So somebody said some bad things about Street. Oh, naughty, naughty. And why would Greg pay somebody to say some bad things about Street? Football and American football, I concur, are different. But right is international. Yes, lots of different rules. I love watching the Olympics. It's on in the background and I watch when I can. Yeah, I haven't watched much of it, don't watch much of it. But I was watching the horse riding today and the archery. I think I should have taken up archery when I was younger because every time I hear or see, I think, oh, I want to do that. I want to do that. And Korea was just, I don't know, they were 4-0 up, and I thought, oh, well, this is over. And then China came back, and then it was like 27 each. And then Korea just did it by a hair. A hair made the difference. Like they hit the line, which was either 9 or 10. And the hair made the difference for them to be winners. A 10 instead of a 9. Wow. Very, very exciting. I wouldn't have thought so, but that's it. Fendi, how you doing, mate? It's good to have you here. And hello to you. Not to you, but hello, Fendi. Not to you, because I don't think to you is in the chat. SG. Who's SG? Who's SG? Shy Guy. Shy Guy's SG. That took a bit of working out. Why can't you just say, hi, LMBFBSG? That sounds like one of those politically correct slogans. How big is your yard, Fendi? Monsieur Zozo Rocks wishes to know. Hey Zozo, almost an acre. Yeah, I was told that somebody wanted to have a couple of acres, so I kicked him in the balls. So there you go. There's a couple. Sorry, I just had to say that. Sorry. You catching any smoke from California fires? Wow, that's a long way to travel to get to there. That's hundreds of miles. Maybe I should have said just shy of an acre, or just frank of an acre. Just frank of an acre. It's nice. It's nice. 8. Ah, could have hit the 8 instead of the I. I like feeding my bow arrows. Hey Newman, how you doing? Are we still working together or alone? Not sure. Yes, Idaho is getting a lot of smoke from Cali, but we have our own fires. Oh, well, be careful, be safe. Anybody who is involved in that, try not to inhale too much, and I would say, like, evacuate if it gets too close, please, because every year potentially we hear about the fires. Some people say, "No, I'm not leaving. I'm not leaving." Hey Mario, when are you coming back to the States? Um, when the chase is over. No, not when the chase is over. Well, first I've got some things to do here. Um, I need to travel to Benidorm in Spain. Um, Something to do for my wife, or late wife. After that, hello, Fendi Jones. Aren't you something? Oh, that doesn't sound very. Aren't you something? That's normally an insult. You're something. You are. I don't know. You could use it as a compliment too. And something ends the chase. So therefore, Fendi, you're going to end the chase. Luli's done a video about currents. Wow. Oh no, a current video. Yes, I think I saw that. Is that the one with the snow in that? Very good. No insult. No, I was only joking. No, your something is, could be something good. But sometimes, English is a crazy language, isn't it? You're really something. You are could be taken, as an insult. But also, you're really something could be taken as a compliment. Did you find any good rocks, Luli? No, it's a new. Went along to river. Oh, rivers new and old. Hint of rivers new and old. A new river. A new video, not a new river. It's a new. I can't see it because the heart's in the way. Actually, while we're talking of hearts, let's send out some love, some happiness, some of life's amazing. Oh, I'm not going to do that. And some 100%ers. I still can't see it. Nobody's writing, and I can't see what that says. It just says PL. It's a new PL, and I can't. Place. It's a new place. So, what was the information that Robert was giving, and why could it be important, and why is nobody listening? And I can't remember what I put on my screenshot. No, is it a screenshot? Title page, whatever you want to call it. I can't remember what I wrote. Yes, I know you were. Yes. Yes. Yes, I was just being silly, MJ. Sorry if I made it sound worse. No, I was just being, it's just weird. The English language is weird. You're something could be taken either way. Yeah, I know you were making it a compliment, but it just, you can take it anyway, either way. Not a jasper, agate area, more quartz and gold. Gold. Yes, I think we all compliment Fendi because he's a good lad. And that's not an insult by calling him a good lad. That's my way of saying he's a very nice gentleman. But good lad, in my terminology. He's a very nice gentleman. And very well to do when you take into account the people that he's interacted with. Um, you know, what MJ said or what I said. MJ said it first. He was complimenting you before me, but it's just the truth. If you were not a very nice person, doesn't sound strong enough. But if you weren't, then obviously I wouldn't hold back. I'd say you can watch my video. I can't read it because the heart's in the way. I can't read it. I just see it. SH video later. You will like it. Is it short? Heart's in the way. Somebody has to write, and then it goes up, and then I can. Yes, short video later. Thank you. It's not the one with the not a wind chime, is it? It's a don't know what they call them. Weather vane. I saw one with a wind thing turning around, and then some snow and stuff. Nice. And I did like that one. So can't remember what I wrote. I talked about Robert. Can you remember? Turbine. Yes, a wind turbine. Thank you. A wind turbine. No, not sure that. No, not sure that was a heart in the way one. No, I just saw. I was looking at shorts, like short videos. Can't remember why I saw the first one. What the first one was about, to be fair. And as I scrolled up, I saw yours. I was like, oh, a Forrest Fenn video by Lou Lee. Mario, turn your phone on. It's what? I can't read it. The heart's in the way. That never used to be a problem, but now I don't know why the heart is in the. Mario, turn your phone on its side. No heart in the way. Good day, room. What? Turn your phone on its side. No heart in the way. It's my laptop. This is my phone. Yeah, can you see it? That's my phone. That's my phone. And I'm on my laptop. So, oh, don't be silly. Oh, yes, because the screen changes. Is that what you're saying? No, sorry. I'm on my laptop. But thank you and hello. How are you, Davey? Yeah, thanks for the telling about Street and the timestamp. Very interesting stuff he was saying. The river with a hot spring, beautiful. Yes, a hot spring. Did it affect the patina? I did not post. Oh, right, okay, thank you. Yeah, I don't know where it came from. I just saw it. It's like, oh, a Forrest Fenn video in the middle of whatever it was I was looking at. I don't know what I was looking at. Oh, probably Trump. It was, I remember it now. It was Trump standing by a podium that kept moving. And he was taking the mickey out of whoever made the stage. And he said, the stage keeps tilting further to the left. A bit like, a lot of things nowadays. So I was watching that short video and then yours came up, which made me happy. But no, I don't know how long ago it was, how long you'd done it, but I just saw it. So put a like on that. Yeah, I know it couldn't have been like recent because it's snow. It's got like snow on it. So either, the winter that's just gone that you just had or before then. But I hadn't seen it. Don't know why I hadn't seen it, but I hadn't seen it. So I can't remember. There should be a thing on here that you can look and see what you wrote on your title page. So then I could talk about what it is that I wrote that I was going to talk about, and I can't remember what it was. No, it won't come to me no matter how much I think about it. There isn't a way. There probably is a way, but oh, you don't have access to this feature. You don't have access to this feature. Manage. Don't have access to that either because nothing's happened. Manage what? It doesn't say. And this says pop out dashboard. Nope, don't want that because it's taking me to another site. And this says send feedback. No, none of that. No good. Are you still Idaho? Amazing places, or Oregon? Amazing places. Are you still in Oregon? I hope your family are fine because that's where you were going. Them three sisters. That was an amazing view. We have something called the Seven Sisters where my football team plays, or used to play in that area, which is not mountains or anything, it's just a place. And then there's the Seven Sisters, obviously upstairs in the sky. Can't remember what I was going to talk about. That's crazy. Come on to do a show and then can't remember what the show is going to be about. I've said the important bit though. Current video is near where I live in Idaho. The Pleiades, that's the one. The Seven Sisters, that's also in the poem. The constellations. The Pleiades. And Davey remembers better than me. I can remember it when Aldebaran, that's what it's called. Orion. I can't really remember. But them sort of things. Y'all have a good one. Thank you, Mariel. Forrest mentioned Camelot. Ah! Arthur, the King of Camelot. Remember that cartoon? Thanks, Fendi, for popping in. I hope you have a great evening. Well, a great going forwards. I don't know. Going to America, not, don't know. I have to go and see my sister at some point. She lives in Oklahoma, so that's on the back burner. Thanks for popping in. Home? Don't know what home means. I know what home means. I absolutely know what home means, but I don't know in what context. I found a fen of trees shaped like the Pleiades, as above, so below. Ooh, a fen of trees. Your post says, Ben, back from holiday. Yes, STUEF.com, and what you can do for the chase. Ask not what the chase can do for you, but what you can do for the chase. Bit of JFK stuff going on there. Thanks, Davey. That was very nice of you. So, yeah, Ben's in chat, or was in chat. I don't know if he still is. But he is back from holiday because he's in chat, or he's watching while on holiday, and then that's totally different. But in the chase, most people possibly were in it, as I was, for themselves. To find a chest full of treasure and become wealthy because of it. And yet, is it that if you didn't go looking for a chest, and if your only aim is to help Forrest succeed, would that be I want to say better reward, more rewarding? Hey, has anyone figured out what the stars mean on front of book? once in a while, I'm here. He's still here. Ben's still here. Are you back off holiday now, Ben? It's pretty important, with regard to what the poem says on your return. When Ben returns, actually, I didn't look to see if it was like when Ben and Ashley or when Ben and the family or returns after holiday. Whirligig. That's almost like a whiffadill. Is it whiffadill, Forrest said? Whiffadill? I think he did. He said whiffadill. Stars being in front of the book. Yes. I don't think it'll be longer though. If, and I have to believe it's true, even though Frank has just warned me, don't trust anyone. If Forrest is sending people handwritten notes, I have to believe you're at the point where information given will lead to, bearing in mind that fun and answers is exactly the same thing, will lead to a reduction in the amount of hair on your face. See, it went wrong with me because it's just a reduction in the amount of hair on my head, but nobody will recognize you when you have your beard shaved. That'll be weird. And try and make sure it's in the summer, because if it's in the winter, you will know it. You will know it. People got notes. I didn't even get a post-it note. Well, that's saving it so you can write a solve on it. Actually, I had a post-it note today. Yeah, it's a good thing, this blurred thing, but it don't help when you want to show people. My post-it note pad is for my shopping list. So normally when I go shopping, I forget everything. So I just write a few things down that I need. And I thought, oh, I could write a solve. I could write a solve on here, and it would be correct. It would be a post-it note solve. Lulu Bell, you're in Utah, Idaho, she said. Unless she really is in Utah. I didn't get a post-it note. Woody! Woohoo! Woo! D. Braving in the woo D. I was always more interested in Forrest's special place, so I concentrated on finding that, not a chest full of trinkets. So I did everything in the thrill of chase. There's lots of avenues that I went down. I wanted to find answers, so I was unsure of the answer that I was looking for. Only that there had to be an answer. So there wasn't necessarily a place or thing that I was looking for. Just there had to be an answer. So, and that could mean finding the last bit first and the first bit last. Because you're not looking for nothing specific, you could find what you're not meant to find first and what you're supposed to find last. That's potentially possible. Read it to me, bread, milk. Yeah. So the first two, absolutely spot on. The eggs. So bread, milk is pretty much a regular thing for me. But bread and milk, I nip down to the shop sometimes. But then obviously when there's a big shop, they're the first on my list, because milk's definitely first, because that's as you walk around. So it's like milk, fruit and veg stuff, and then the butter and things like that as you go. So I try and write it where I start and then as I go around. But you know how they are, these shopping places, they move everything. So you can't do what I do. Go in, get the stuff you want, go home. So when they move stuff around, you have to go around every aisle because they've moved where everything is, and that makes you buy more because then you're like, oh, while I'm here, I'll get this, and while I'm here, I'll get this. But if you're just going straight to the places where you want to go, you just get those things and go to the checkout and get done. I'm sorry, Lou. I didn't see previous text. Idaho. No, you asked that before, MJ. Laugh out loud. Idaho. It's way better than Utah. Lulubelle, I'm sorry. I have mental issues. Nikki, Woody, MJ, hey, hey. Luli, feel like I'm in. No, Luli, feel like I'm in two places mentally. Hello, Davey B. No problem, just teasing. I understand. I have brain fog from COVID. Lulubelle, I don't think it's related to COVID. Maybe perhaps confusion. I know all about confusion. Sorry, I'm a bit confused. What do I know about confusion? I heard UK is going away from copper 1p and 2p. Well, you've heard more than me. The cost of materials for anything. So that's a way of increasing how much you pay because I don't know if you used to have, well, you did. You had nickels, dimes, cents, quarters. Did you have bits? Or was that just pirates? Yeah, you had bits. So then when they get rid of those, it costs you more to buy something because now those little denominations don't exist. So if you take away the 1p and the 2p, it would have to be a 5p. So whatever it was jumps up 3p, 3 pence. So everything will be 5p, 10p, 15p, 20p, 25p. So whatever you buy, if it was £30, it would now be £30, 5p or 15p or whatever, 10p. So yeah, it wouldn't surprise me because we've got a new government in charge and they will want to make more money to make out they're giving us money and people won't realise. It's like, oh, look, we're giving you this, but it's going to cost you more anyway because we've taken away the 1p and the 2p. So now you're paying out more, so we can afford to give you back a little bit more. That's how I see it. But thanks for that. A good shop that provides weekly needs should have the cold and frozen goods at the end of your shop, starting with the frozen and doing an hour short means your frozen are thawed out. Ooh, Davy B. They do that in the Aldi store that we're in. So it's well, it's not the last thing. The last thing is like the bread and stuff like that because that's going to get squashed if you put it in first. But so the bread and some cereals are probably the last thing. But yeah, the frozen stuff. But the cold stuff, anything cold, you want to pick up last because not only by the time you walk around the shop, but the time you get home. So depending on how far from the shop you are, you have to drive home. So and then get it to the fridge, which is why they give those bags now to keep it cold. But yeah, if you set up a store, you should have those cold things last, and then they stay fresher longer because they haven't thawed out. You don't want to thaw out and then refreeze or recool. Come visit Weekend Hot Spring. Weekend Hot Spring. Come visit Weekend Hot Spring. I'll be there in 13 hours. I could get from England to there in 13 hours. You know, on a good plane with one stop. Or I could get there in 2 days on a 1, 2, on a 3-stop, which is what it was. I'm more of a virtual reality kind of person. You are you? Yes. The chase has been very virtual, to be fair. Hey, Alan Kay. Renting? Interesting study on the size of floor tiles in grocery stores. What? Hang on. Interesting study on the size of floor tiles in grocery stores. Small tiles made the shopping cart wheels click faster, so they widened the floor tiles to slow people. Wow, I wonder if that's where they got the idea from painting them things on the roads when you come up to a junction. Like they have the wide lines and they get closer and closer together, so it makes it sound like you're going faster. So you slow down more because you feel like you're going too quick to get to the junction. So they may have done that shopping cart thing and thought, oh, let's do that with junctions and make people feel like they're speeding. And then we'll slow them down because the bump gets really quicker. But yes, interesting. To slow people down while they're shopping. Oh no, they're going to get shopping bumps, those speed bumps. Do you have them over there? Like sleeping policemen? Speed bumps? A big bump in the road, so you have to slow down, otherwise lose the wheels. So they probably have those in the shopping, in the shop itself. Like you get your trolley and they go over a big bump. Mario, how far are you from the grocery store? I am roughly 3 miles. Roughly 3 miles. Roughly, not far. But I don't mean for me. I mean, some people travel 10 miles, 15 miles to get to a store, to do a weekly shop. I'm not far. And like some people spend 100 and something pounds, £150, £200 for their shopping. I spend like 20 something pounds. I don't buy a lot. So I went with a granddaughter and she was asking like, do you want this? Like, no, I don't need that. Do you want this? No, I don't need that. Do you want this? No. Because I don't eat it quick like cheese. I don't eat cheese quickly enough to buy cheese. It'd just go off by the time I've used it all. So most of my stuff is eat on the day. So small amounts, but eat on that day, or tinned or packet or whatever. Because I don't eat enough of it. Over here, all the oops, gone. There it was, gone. Over here, all the trolleys pull to the left. That's where the shelves are. Oh, they're not very liberal then, are they? I mean, they are very liberal, the trolleys are. Interesting now. What do you know about end caps? Ooh, nothing. Absolutely know nothing about end caps. I know about those that you put in the gun. Woody, I know about beginning caps. Woody, you are. Woody, you are. What does that mean? Woody, you are. What does that mean? Woody, you are. Don't know. Hey, that guy. Are you crazy? Alan. Like muted tones on the walls of casinos, sending a mantra of lose, lose, lose. Oh, I thought you were friends. Why would you want him to lose? Grocery stores are the best. I used to, when I was younger, so a lot younger, when I first started working, I got promoted to do the, well, they say the green grocery, but it was so just vegetables. Vegetables and fruit I was doing, and we'd had a store, and in there it was cool, and they would put all the chocolates and stuff in there, and the temptation to just help myself to chocolates every day. I can't tell you how hard it was. Just especially when the Easter eggs were there and that. So don't keep putting them in here. Don't keep putting them in here. What? Don't know. Don't know. We don't have that problem here. Koalas do travel. Kilometers? No, miles. Don't understand kilometers. Don't understand Fahrenheit. Don't understand kilometers. Don't understand why they exist. Wow, that's close. I thought maybe you're out in the country. Well, I am out in the country, but see, our for you out in the country is like 50, 60, 70, 100 miles, 300 miles. That's your out in the country. But our out in the country is like 3 miles and there's country and then there's a town. So like there isn't much around here where I live. Like, it's just a village. I live in a village. I don't know how to describe that to you. I don't know what a village is to you. Hamlet, whatever. I don't know what you call village. Do you have villages? But not many houses. And, one grocery store where everything's expensive because you have to go there. Like a chip shop and an Indian and a few pubs. Those sort of things like close, and then you have to travel to get to other stuff. Hey Queen, how you doing? Thanks for that message. I have to see it, experience it, and feel it before I believe it. That's a bit like the chase. There are some people in the chase that have to do all of those things. They have to see it, experience it, and feel it before they believe it. And Forrest did say, touch. End caps are the garbage at the end of the aisles that the store manager needs to sell. It's not garbage. It's promotions. It's promotions. I must admit, I don't look for those things or buy those things. I just go to the shop and buy whatever it is that I want. So I probably miss out on bargains I do miss out on bargains every time I go. But if I were to look, I would spend more money. And I didn't go in there to spend money. I went in there to buy stuff that I need. Yes, of you get this way, MJ. If you get this way, let me know. Is there, has there? I don't remember any talk of a Femboree or anything. Have they stopped? Not that I could go to one, but I always thought the British used kilometres instead of miles. You learned me today. We use pounds, shilling, and pence. We use Celsius, not Fahrenheit, and we use miles, not kilometres. DNA, NSA, NDA, NASA, all relate. Could that be correct, Queen? Well, when you think about it, in the poem there's lots of ands, like, treasures new and old. So every time there's an and, there's a possible NDA, somebody having an NDA or a DNA or just and. So there could be talk of DNA when there's an and, there could be talk of an NDA when there's an and there could just be an and. Or there could be a Dan, maybe a Dan Barbarisi. Maybe if there was an and in the poem, there could be a Dan or a Barbara and not a Barbarisi. So yes, but the NSA doesn't belong to the NDA or the Dan, but the NASA and the NSA, maybe even an answer, could be with the ANS. Sorry, I need to edit before I post. Why? No, don't worry about it. We all have the same problems. These phones are no good. buttons. And it's like, that's not what I wrote. That is not what I wrote. I did not know that. Yeah, unfortunately, it's like the chase, and for Davey, probably the same. It's like when people talking, it's like, what the heck are they saying? Because I don't know how far that is, or what that is, or how heavy that is. Do you do kilos as well? So we do pounds. So it's like, if you're talking in kilos, it's like, what? Steve, how are you? Thanks for being here to say thanks for going live. I appreciate it. Virtual reality is something that I mentioned. I've said this before, but something that I mentioned to Forrest very early in the chase. Well, in my chase, not in your chase, or in the real chase, the 2010 chase. And that's how the chase seems. But to me, that is the essence of the chase. But if nothing is as it seems, then what is it? If it's not real, then what is it? Not fake, just not real. How about Ken? That was a video, one of the first videos I did, Ken, which potentially or really means understand. So, I can, what you were saying means I understand, but it could also mean neck of the woods. So, you live in my ken, you live in the same place as I do, etc. So Ken, and also Ken Tankersley, is that his name? There was a Ken, someone in the chase. Proper spelling. Ariel, where did you go on holiday? On holiday, I used to go Benidorm. That's why I have to go to Benidorm for my late wife. She wants her ashes, or some of her ashes, spread on the beach, or at the beach, or in the sea. So yes, I've got to do that. But still waiting for the headstone to be finished. When that's done, then I'll go. If that's what you meant, to Benidorm I went on holiday, but to Wyoming, I went in the US, if that's what you're asking. Woody is virtual reality. Woody is? Yes, he's not really Woody, he's Forrest. Or Fenn. Woody. No, Bog is the Fenn. Woody is the Forrest. So Forrest Fenn, he's virtual. Magnetic Universe says, I don't know. AAW, is that a Q? Just being awkward. 0. And secret. Yes, secret is key. I can keep my key where? My answer where? I can keep my answer where? Weird poem. If you just read it. Is Frank still here? So they read me what the poem says. Is there anyone here that, I think Nicky's already backed it up, but Judas Priest, some heads are gonna roll. So you've been doing your homework then, Queen? I think it's obvious to everybody, or should be obvious to everybody, that there was a secret in the chase in regard to the poem. And it wasn't the chest. The chest wasn't the secret, because we all knew about the secret. So you have to ask yourself, why did Forrest in the 2003 interview say, does anybody know about my secret treasure? Now, if all these actors were in that room, or, so many of the actors, because maybe more actors joined later. If these actors were in that room when Forrest said, does anybody know about my secret treasure? And they went, no, we don't know. Then it's possible that they were trying to solve the thrill of the chase and had some, not inside knowledge, but, were aware of the chase. Did they know about something more? I doubt it, because they just went, no, we don't know. And it's like, well, there you are. He's just told you that there's a secret treasure. So stop looking for the chest and start looking for the secret treasure. And it blows my mind. It's like, Forrest said, does anybody know about my secret treasure? And nobody goes, secret treasure, Forrest? What secret treasure? What are you talking about? A bit like, what's his name? I can't remember what it's called. What you talking about, fool? What was that called? The Cosby Show. Was it the Cosby Show? Something like that, anyway. It's like, what? What do you mean, secret treasure? Nobody said it. And I'm like, hang on. This is a really important statement from Forrest Fenn. And then he says, I thought I always deserved a throne. But what? Nobody says what secret treasure, Forrest. How is that possible? I'm like all over it. You said there's a secret treasure. What do you mean secret treasure? And then he says it again in the book. And it's like, so there is no chest. Well, there is a chest, but that's not what this is about. So what is this about? Different strokes. That's definitely it. All Cyrokes, but yeah, strokes. Different strokes. Thanks, Steve. That was a brilliant program. Used to love that program. I have watched that video many times, and no one questions that statement. It is beyond belief. It is beyond belief. It should be on Ripley's. I think Ripley should have it. Nobody. Zozo Rock, I'll have to listen to the tune. Because they help you breathe more easily, apparently, tunes. But yeah, nobody says, but we know about your secret treasure forest. And he would have, could have, should have said, no, you don't. You know about a chest that I hid in the Rocky Mountains. You don't know about my secret treasure. If I were to grade my homework, I would give me a B plus. Well, I would give you more because you've already used quite a few important pieces of information just now. Excuse me. A few people are in tight focus with a word that is key. I can't remember what the statement was. I think it was a few people, or some people are not in tight focus, or people aren't in tight focus. However that was, but tight focus with a word that is key. What was the potential of the statement in those words used in that statement? A bit like, it was found under a canopy of stars in the lush forested vegetation. What was that? What was the potential for that actually to be saying? I've said it lots of times before. If Forrest is a wordsmith, then all the words that Forrest used cannot be taken literally. They have to be understood. You have to understand what is being said. And Forrest was specific in the words that were used. They couldn't be changed. They had to be the exact same words. So why was that? So there were two things going on. There were words and sentences that were word precise. They were the exact same words each time, which means Forrest must have been reading them like an auto cue. Has to be those words. I say those words. And whenever you interview me, I'm going to say those words. And if you ask me a question that does not have words that I know, I'm going to answer with those words that I know anyway. Whatever you ask me, if it's not part of my auto cue, then I don't give you an answer. Has to be the words that I already know. The answers I already know. Has to be those words. I will not give you an answer unless it's those words. Or I will turn around what you're saying to me and still give you those words, even though you didn't ask me the question. So whatever question you ask, I will answer with these words. And that's how it used to be with Forrest. And if you didn't understand that, you were stuck. Even things like the chest has not moved in the 10 years since I left it on the ground. Put it on the ground, left it on the ground. Can't remember which one it was. See, I'd be no good. You would catch me out straight away. But even that's in the poem. That statement is in the poem. The chest has not moved in the 10 years. The Denver Museum statement's in the poem. And therefore, nothing is as it seems. What if it's just a script from the poem? What if you're reading the script from the poem? And therefore, everything is as it seems because it's written, probably not in stone, but it's written, so therefore, it exists. It's a good one if you like hard rock. I give you an A+ just because. Maybe it's because I'm a Londoner. Oh, you've seen that, do you? Yes, Queen, nailed down. If you don't have the first clue nailed down, so you have to understand why Forrest said it. If you don't have the first clue nailed down, that makes no sense. In the normal scheme of things, whilst it's understandable, there has to be a reason why the words nailed down was used. If you don't have the first clue nailed down, why use that terminology? Whilst it makes sense, if you're not sure about your first clue, if your first clue is not nailed down, how is Forrest trying to say you cannot in no way, shape or form begin this quest? You can't start this quest if you don't have this information. That's what Forrest is saying. You can't start this quest. Remember, your quest to cease. You can't start this quest. Your quest you can start. Whatever it is that you've decided with your confirmation bias is the answer, that you can start. You can start that by all means. Whatever warm water hole you decide on, you can start that. You cannot, however, in no way, shape, or form, whatever it is that you think you're doing has nothing to do with my warm waters hole. Nothing. Because you haven't got it nailed down. It's an exact, precise statement. It must be nailed down in order that you start my thrill of the chase. You can start your thrill of the chase and your quest with whatever you decide. You can start yours, but you cannot start mine. My thrill of the chase, Forrest Fenn, my thrill of the chase only begins if you understand this statement and the other statements that I've given you about warm waters hole. You can only start my chase if you understand that. And if you don't, it's your thrill of the chase. It's your quest, not mine, not the quest that I set you. It's not the quest that Forrest Fenn set us. It's your own quest. And therefore, that is the statement. There will be no paddle up your creek. There's no need for that word. It should not exist, has nothing to do with the chase. Your creek has nothing to do with the chase. It's a statement about you and what you're doing. It's not a statement about Forrest's creek, not his creek. In anybody's language, It does not exist. It should not exist in the poem if it's referring to something that Forrest wants you to find of his. It shouldn't exist. It doesn't belong in that poem. If you're going to find something that Forrest wants you to find, it should not be yours. There'll be no paddle up your creek. How can you make a distinction between his creek and your creek? Only that your creek is your confirmation bias. That you choose which creek you're going up or down or whatever it is. If there's no paddle up, then you're going down. So it's your creek and your quest, not my creek and my quest that I set for you. So your quest to cease and your creek has nothing to do with Forrest Fenn. He did not tell you to go up your creek. There'll be no paddle up your creek. And your quest to finish is not his. So to me, those words, no, they shouldn't exist in that poem. If Forrest is giving you instructions, if he's giving you instructions, he should be talking about the things that he wants, that he did, that he needs you to do. So it will be the creek that he gave you. I gave you this creek, so there will be no paddle up my creek. The creek that I gave you, there will be no paddle up it. The quest that I set you will end, so it's my quest. The quest that I set you belongs to him. So he should be saying, my quest to cease. I've given you this quest. It's mine. I gave you it. It will finish. Even if he says your quest to cease, that potentially makes sense, but not along with your creek. There's no paddle up your creek. Your quest to cease means, in my opinion, the quest that you went on with the information that you, not made up, that you researched and believe is the answer. But there's only one way of getting the answer, and that is Forrest has to tell you. You should not have to research any of the information that you understand to be from the poem. There should be no research in it. You should not have to research a warm water's hole. You should not have to research that. You should not have to research the creek. You should not have to research the home of Brant. Well, yeah, I suppose you could, but you shouldn't have to research anything. The poem should tell you the answer. That's what I was thinking about. Specialized knowledge. What if you end up with such an amazing solve, and I've talked about this already, an absolutely amazing solve that nobody's going to think about, that needs an understanding of specialized knowledge, it can't be the answer. Whatever you bring into the chase, if it hasn't come from the poem, it hasn't come from the Full of Chase book, and it's so far beyond anybody else knowing it, or you finding the information because of research, it can't be that. Oh, here we go. Same stuff. Don't want to listen. Don't listen then. You lot have said, oh, blimey, Richard's here. I didn't even know. Wow, you lot have said a lot while I've been saying that. Nail down, does it off hard life, keep you. At the end of the day, the poem has to prove everything Forrest done because Forrest said everything you needed in the poem. Then he said, read me what the poem says and the game is over. Yes, all of that. When you solve the poem and understand how to read it, there will be so many confirmers that will shock you and then continue to shock you as you find new. Yes, 100%. I agree with all of that, Newman. All of it. And I've said before, there is a fear that because you find so much information, there is a fear to look for more. Complete Forest Fence chase, you must have all. There are no, there are no exceptions. Hello, everyone, says Richard, and hello to you, Richard. Hi, my creek. Yes. Hey, Richard, thanks, buddy. Agreed, Davey. I'm finally getting it. Maybe too late, but still want to figure it out. Yeah. The poem hasn't been figured out. The poem has been read. There's plenty more in the poem that needs to be, found, needs to be understood, needs to be read, needs to be deciphered. A canoe might be appropriate. Oh, in the white water. The white water, where was that? That's warm water's high in the beginning, where warm water's halt. That's where the white water is. Canoe might be appropriate. Newman, that is the way Forrest made it. I agree with your statement, sir. Yes, 100%. You're up your creek. Where's the banjo or banjo? Banjo? Queen, keep looking, there is much to find. Incorrect. My creek is CRK. It's literal, like most other explanations I gave, including canopy. Okay, if you say so. Oh, this is the. Oh, thanks, Richard. This is awesome. Cool. Like I say, nobody has to believe anything that I say. It's not a requirement that because you listen to me, you have to believe what I say. It's a requirement that you believe that Forrest Fenn has the ability to do those things that you don't believe he can do. With rocks. You must have Forrest Fenn's one water out. Without it, you have nothing. Does no matter. Yeah, I don't think people realise that you can't start this. Whatever solve you have, however brilliant it is, you didn't start it because you didn't start with. If you start with the wrong information, all 9 bits of information later, you're still wrong. You can't start with the wrong information and not, figure it out, and get the right information. You have to have about the chest. You have to have that warm water. You have. It's not. It's not. What is it not? It's not an ask. It's not asking you to try and find. It's a must. You must have it. Without seriously, there is. You have nothing. Without that important piece of information that Forrest said, they didn't understand the importance of the first clue. You really, really, truly, honestly do not understand the importance of the first clue. If you go through the full of the chase without having that, it really doesn't matter. I have to see. I'm missing loads of stuff. Let me read this first before I carry on. Luli has a great heart. Yes. Nothing really. I'll have to see. G. F G. Isn't it? E F G H. Yeah, 100%. Without it, seriously, without it, no, there is no way you will find the chest. It is his. He encrypted the poem. Well, that's what he said. Decipher it. So read my lips. This was a lifelong project and always in the back of Forrest's mind. He built his life around it. That's why it is so beautiful and complex. 100%. I think people don't just underestimate the importance of the first clue. They underestimate everything, all of it, the whole thrill of the chase, the – the ability of Forrest Fenn to manifest ideas that he has, whether he writes a book, whether he has a foundry, whether he has an art gallery, whether he's flying a plane, the ability to make things happen. People underestimate it, and it's crazy, crazy. You underestimate that man at your peril. Five Leaf, hey, can you do me a favor? Davy? Oh, that's gone as well. If it is proven intentional and in the poem it's Forrest, don't. All of it's intentional. Hey, pirate. How you doing? It's good to read you. Oh, well, it's definitely good to read that. You're super master at this. I just listen to what's been said. There is nothing that's mine. I agree with you, Sage Walker. Lots of confirmers continue to reveal themselves. Absolutely. The whole point of this is Forrest could do all of this and nobody would be none the wiser. What's your question, Richard? Mario, have you noticed people are coping or copying? Coping? I haven't noticed if that is a copying Forrest Fern treasure hunt, but I hope that is the case. Although I don't think they'll ever be able to match it. Yawn, whatever keeps your dream alive, Five. I won't take your dream away from you. It may be all you have. The treasure hunt for the gentle lamp. Ah, rub it, and the genie appears. Can you see me other places other than here? Not banned. Forrest, create a masterpiece. Nobody can match his treasure hunt ever. No, nobody will. Hey, Tigger Tigger. Oh, gee, but I can. Hi, pirate. Hi, MJ. No, Forrest will never be forgotten. The chase will continue, for as long as, people are on the earth. Yo ho ho, and a bottle of rum and a dead man's chest and all that stuff. Hello, Tigger. We've missed you. I know one thing. I have today's bass lines. That's all you need. That leads to rhythm guitar, then a rhythm lead, and finally a lead. Oh, you must be the lead searcher. You've got plenty of leads. Stack of 4, a quartet piece all day. I've been right here. Hi, pie. Ooh, pie. Is that pineapple pie? Hey, Tigger, Tigger, hello. I've been on X and Truth Social. Not sure what that means. Is that Twitter? Tigger, clinks. With all I see and all I do not. Five Leaf. I know nothing about music. That would be specialized knowledge. Zozo, skyjacking, the only way to fly. Yes, no specialized knowledge. So much is going on in the world right now. You are not kidding. The world is a strange place to the older generation, let's put it that way. And it may get stranger. It may absolutely get stranger because of Forrest, but in a good way. Oh no, it was. Oh no, it was you. Is it you? Can't tell because the heart's there. Yes. It's not good. What's not good? Just chuck out some love. Is there still a thrill in the chase? There will always be a thrill in the chase. It just, you just have to believe that it's possible. Anything's possible. What if it is possible? What if Forrest has done all the things that he said he did. I wish I could live to do the things I was attributed to, but what if he did the things that he did say he would do? The bells, the jars, the chest, secret treasure, promise of new discoveries. What if he just took time out to think, well, what does all that mean? What is the potential for all of that? Why hide bells and jars? What is the potential for it? What what does Forrest want people to find, to understand, to realize? Excuse me. What did you find? Richard the Lionheart. Yes, the Lionheart. Oh, Richard the Great. No, I thought that was Alfred the Great or Alexander the Great. Yeah, Robert was talking about that as well. So I can't remember if I sent that to Forrest or not. That the Sultan of Brunei. There are so many. There are so many links and chains in the chase. It's just trying to have the right one. I can cross that street whenever I want. So Richard sounds great. Almost like Branson. He's in the poem as well. Elon Musk, he's in the poem as well. Trusted living with Nemo. Excuse me. Is that Nemo trusted or Neo? The demonic Olympic opening ceremony followed by the blackout in Paris. The code in the ode.com. The thrill is not gone. Second chest is coded in the poem. How else can you find a bell or a jar? Code in the ode. How else can you find a bell or a jar? Actually, there was a. Oh no. Too much information, not going to say that. The thrill is not gone. I read that. Keep praying for Smiling Jimmy. Some names in the poem are tied to the teacher. Oh, you're learning very quickly. I missed some of the opening. What was satanic, Tigger? I didn't see any of the opening. Tigger, when the world's on fire and you focus on him, nothing will shake your foundation. Well, apparently, at some point in time, they will be leaving the burning building and then they will force them to go back in. That's a scary thought. I've been up late and sleeping in. Hey, Joe John. Happy to see you. What's that going on? To see you. Nice. Did you hear that? Yeah, what? My phone doesn't have that ability. I haven't put that in there. I don't know if you know Morecambe Wise. Is it Morecambe Wise? Nice to see you, nice. Who said that? No, that was Bruce Forsyth. I said happy to see you, and my phone went to see you, nice. Which is what Bruce Forsyth used to say. Tigger, I'm ashamed and embarrassed of how F. And that's it. And Truss is going this time in with his eyes wide open. This time I'm going in with my eyes open. David Soul, wasn't it? All names in the solution are directly linked to Forrest. The poem is about his life and who mentioned him. It's Wide-Eyed Willie. How F what? Wow, you've always been so square. No, except the teacher didn't know that I was being straight. Are you talking to Queen? If you know how to triangulate, you can find the jars and bells. You don't need to do any of that. 9 clues, 9 locations, 9 references, 9 reasons. The solution. Kelly is, Evelyn is. Lulybell. There were drag queens and others mocking the Last Supper of Christ. Ooh. Trusted Living, what's up? Tigger, right, what's that about? Oh, Paris is not my style. I like the country. Yes, I think, and that's a statement. See, I don't get these. I don't get it. But I'm not religious. Well, I'm not. I'm not of any faith. But if you want to ridicule the Christian faith or the Bible, then you are going a long way to prove that everything said in the Bible is correct. You are doing the things that the Bible said you would do in order that Jesus comes back. That doesn't make sense to me. It's like you're going out of your way to prove the Bible's correct by trying to prove it incorrect and turning against God and Jesus. And because of that, a bit similar to Moses and the tablets, very similar, or Sodom and Gomorrah, whichever way you want to look at it, very similar to trying to pee off the person in charge. And that's crazy. It's beyond belief that people will go out of their way to prove themselves wrong. You're trying to prove yourself wrong by denying all that's happened and all that is happening. Doesn't make sense. Why is it children are watching? Yeah. And the poem is the key. Turn the key in the direction of the postal stamp to unlock the blaze. Linear code 26 by 26, tabula recta. Yeah, no specialized knowledge there. I don't know what any of that is. Mimicking a master painting is recognition. The devil went down to Jamaica. No, she went of her own accord. The devil went down to Georgia. Year 2525. Sounds like specialized knowledge. Yeah, that's what I just said. Thanks, Zozo. It definitely sounds like specialized knowledge because that was like, what? But remember, the chess doesn't need specialized knowledge, but the secret treasure might. I like Snoop, but really, the Olympic Commission, weed, is a major no-no. Really shocked they have it. Tigger, hey there. I get so tired. Oh, hi, Sophie. I get so tired these days that I tend to listen in a lurk mode. Well, at least it's not a Burke mode, as in Forrest Burke Fenn mode. The world is upside down. Keep your eyes on Jesus. Now, that means everybody would be in Australia. We'd all be squashing Davy B right now. Mario keeps dithering. Oh, dear. I didn't know I was a ditherer. Good night, everyone. Got to walk off the fat. Oh, see you, MJ. You want to go for a walk to, what's the word? It's a posh word for it. Can't think of it now. Can't think of it. I'll stop the world and melt with you. Thanks for popping in. Enjoy your, what's the word for walk? Oh, I don't know. Gone. Yes, Forrest told a whale of a tale, and would have you believe the blaze is a fluke. Excuse me. Forrest wanted you to get in the outdoors. He wasn't lying about specialized knowledge. Go hiking. Break out the sloop, John B. Gin and juice. Just in my dreams, although my wife never understands a word I say. Oh, welcome to my world. Nobody understands a word I say. A preamble. Is that a walk? Constitution. Is that a walk? Olympic opening ceremony was anti-Christianity. The Olympics is about sports. Shame on those who portray Christianity the way they did too. Yes. And yes. All yes. Don't make sense. Thank you very much, MJ. You're a good person. I can't say man or woman because I never know anymore. Tigger is being comical. Thanks, Dave. I did buy 3 boots on the grounds at the code. Ghosting. Ooh. Is that shadowing? Welcome to the world of Plastic Beach. Oh, that's almost like Barbie. Here is a tongues test for Frank. Interpret Shama Yama. Tigger, I'm just being honest. Brandon Biggs is a watchman on the wall. He is seeing many things now through Brad. I saw something about him the other day where they were critiquing him in regards to what he was saying, and some of them, when they were saying negative things, didn't really hear what he said, and implying that he said things that he didn't say, which was a bit weird. It's like, well, I don't think he meant it like that. You're trying to say that he put a load of vague things into his statement. He didn't. He just said that he was unsure. He was given his interpretation of it, so he can't be specific in everything that he's saying, only that this is what he took from what he saw. You had a vision this morning? Uh-oh. Excuse me. Anyone here? I'm possessing my harvested lavender. Ooh, that must smell beautiful. Yeah, it smells great. But it smells amazing. I love the smell of lavender. And budlings, lavender. Well, I like all flowers. Roses, love the smell of roses and tulips. Not from Amsterdam, just any tulips. Joe John, no idea what that says. Is France? Is that supposed to be France? France is a secular country, and the Olympic rules ensured no religious affiliations would be included. A Da Vinci painting recognition was to his talent in art. Tongues must include an interpretation. You are self-persecuting yourself for no reason. Shame on you. Keep your tongue in your mouth, trusted. Got milk? Can spell the alphabet with my tongue. Don't really want to see that. I'm trying to eat. I have over 100. Oh, wow. Oh, that smells amazing. See, that was what, when I first was doing the garden here, my first thought was to just have roses. Just, like, what's the word? Just little plots of roses through the garden. So as you walk down, you get the smell of each, So the smell doesn't leave you as you go down, but it didn't work out that way. I mean, it's a big garden. Well, probably small to you people, but big for me. But it didn't work out that way because I'm not a gardener, so I just put more lawn down and more lawn and shrubs and trees and stuff. Although at one point I did have a pond, made a pond and did all those things. But the heron kept getting the fish, so and Yvonne didn't want the pond because kids. Double Amiga alphabet. You are not wise. And found the blaze in the poem. Stovepipe spring. 30 years old. Wow. I actually asked, so they passed away a few houses away from me, and I asked if I could have the rose bush that's at the front of the garden because it's beautiful rose. I didn't want it to just die off, and they find it hard to sell the house because in reality it's a nice house and it has a beautiful garden, but the garden's full of trees, and these are not just like small trees. I would say, I don't know how tall your houses are. So 2-story house, say 10-foot rooms, 20-foot, 10, 20, 40. So probably 50-foot tree. Oh, you probably don't do foot, do you? But it's a tall tree. It's sycamore. Wide, probably as wide as it is high. Yeah, too big. And then lots more trees. So whilst it's a big garden, it's like a little wood. So I don't think they're going to sell that house unless they sell it really, really cheap. Which is a shame, but there you go. Or, unless they take the trees out. Because whilst it's a lot of land, it's just, a land full of trees. Can't do much in it. So, talked about, do you have flax? Is that to me or to someone else? Yeah, they're trying to say that Brandon was not a fraud. So this is the person that saw the Donald Trump thing, isn't it? And he was given doing other videos, and they were looking at the videos and saying whether it could be real or not real. Bad luck can always be trusted. When I get done, I'll post a picture. Woohoo! Yep. I remember Forrest talk about flux and churn and stuff like that, which is in Montana. So I ended up doing that one as well. That was weird. Yeah, I've got a few rose bushes, but not not like Lily has. But yeah, I love the smell of roses. Perspective, how you look at it. That's some to chase up everyone's perspective, but you need Forest Fenn's answer, not your own. So yeah, it is about perspective. Well, not just about perspective. The thing is, you have to look past the chest. Anybody claiming to have a solve about a chest is not solving the poem. They're just coming up with thoughts and ideas and letting that bias take them to a place. But the actual solve of the poem is something, I don't know, I don't know, it's way out there. Finding a chest, anyone can find a chest. Seriously, anyone can find a chest. Finding the right chest is simple. Read the poem in the book. Just a little imagination, job done. Write it down on a post-it note. It's over, finished, done. To find a chest, that's how simple it is. It really is simple. to find the secret treasure and all that entails, belongs to, relates to. Um, yeah, that's crazy. I have only one rose bush now. So I have like the normal rose bushes that people associate with roses. You know, yay big and like flowers on which smell nice. And then you've got the big rose bushes, the shrubbery type things. I don't know what they're called, specific names if they've got them. Climbing roses, the really tall ones. So I've got a few of the tall ones, and then the just normal rose bushes. Chickens can be peckers. Yeah, they're not as bad as I suppose it could be, but they're not like blackberries. That is the pain in the backside they are. Whilst they're nice, and I like blackberries, and the flowers look nice. The flowers that come on originally. Just I don't know. Don't want them in my garden anymore. Just hard work to do anything. Just keep getting caught by those. If I didn't have good luck, a lot bad would find me. Long legs, crooked thighs, little head, and no eyes. Kitchen tongs. I thought you talked about the frogs that Forrest liked. Finicky cats. There are others who have dreamed that. I think as we're going through this Earth change, or this planetary alignment change, or however you want to think it or do it, I think a spiritual awakening, the age of Aquarius, whatever people want to term it to be, I think more and more people are going to feel the effects of it and have the dreams and the visions. And I just think that's the way of the world. My meal is done and tongue back in place. I also have some smaller rows on my property, hoping to start a large rose. Yeah, like I say, my intention was just to have roses. My dad was a gardener. He used to look after, like the council asked him to look after the allotments, all the allotments that they had. And he dug his own well and looked after all these places. And could grow anything, to be fair. And I took no notice. I was not. I think because he tried to make us do stuff, or not tried to make us, he made us do stuff. I rebelled against doing it, and now so I don't have much knowledge of gardening, even though my dad was brilliant at doing it. Have you ever smelled mothballs? What sort of question is that? Everybody smelled a mothball at some point in time, surely. And I don't get that desire. I know I probably live in a different time, so maybe it was much worse then. But I've never known any of my clothes since when I was a little boy or now to have been eaten by moths or have any effect by moths. So to put those mothballs in there that smell foul and have your clothes smell like that, I've just never understood the need for it. Maybe, I don't know, the moths died. There weren't as many moths, so the clothes weren't eaten. So the effect was worse. But I could never understand why anybody would want their clothes to smell that horrible of mothballs. It's like, why would you let your clothes smell that bad? Why? I don't know. Hey, Geoduck, just got here. Rob does know, and the people that keep the secret will be rewarded. Ah, yes. Um, just What got me though, Geoduck, is I was going to say Forrest was saying, but it's the same as Forrest saying, but Robert was talking, and rather than just listen and take it in, they do what they always do, and they said, "Well, I took it to mean this, and I took it to mean this, and this is what I did, and this is what I thought," and not, "Oh, actually, yeah, I've not heard it said like that before. That's interesting." They had no intention of taking on board what was being said, and yet I thought what was being said was, you know, if you're going to say anything, that's what you should be saying, and they're just crazy. And like I say, you weren't here before, but I only listened to a few minutes of it. David told me about it. I went to a point in the video, heard a few minutes of it, and thought, wow, this bloke knows what he's talking about. And then he thanked Frank and Street and these other people. I'm thinking, well, that's strange. You're thanking these people that have nothing. What you just said about Alexandra and the monetary system and Catherine the Rye and all of these things that you brought together, what you just said has nothing to do with these people. You're thanking these people that haven't a clue what you just said. So I don't get that. Thank Street for this, and I thank Frank, and I thank Bill Gorman, and I'm thinking, but they're not talking about what you just said. They're not even interested in what you've just been talking about. So it's hard to understand what's going on, because there's a person who seems to, have worked out quite a few details and put a few things together, and he's being told by the people that he's talking to that, well, I thought it meant this. Okay. So yeah, it wasn't worth. No, it wasn't worth. I didn't feel the need to listen to any more, because I absolutely agree with what Robert was saying. So I think, yeah. And then to just hear people ignoring was just same. Yes, the horrible Zozo. Absolutely disgusting, foul smell. That why would you want? Why would you want your clothes to smell like that? I see things sometimes. Yeah, little round white things they were. Just no, don't want them. A small club that gets to give the FU to all the others. Yeah, I'm not. I don't think I'm in the. I want to say FU to people. I want Forrest to make it happen. I feel he's already made it happen. You know. So the analogy I gave was, tell people you're going to build a mansion, and you build a mansion, but on this mansion, you want a tennis court, a squash court, a swimming pool, blah blah blah. So the mansion's been built. That's definitely been built. So you should be happy that the mansion's been built. But there are other requirements that need to be done to officially make it the mansion that you want. So the swimming pool has to be built, the tennis court, whatever. Those things still have to be done, but the mansion itself is finished. In the alpha, Dream State, we get to watch Mary and Davy. Oh, we get to watch Mary and Davy catch a fish. Woohoo! I was never good at fishing. Has anyone ever been to Niagara Falls? No, I've seen it a lot of times on telly. And even when, what's the name when they're talking about Houdini or whoever it was going over? I have over 100. Oh, excuse me. I thought you were going to do the rainbow song then. Red and yellow and pink and green. But not quite. Oh, that's amazing. I don't have any flowers except wildflowers. I like yellow roses. Yeah, that seems to be popular for People in my family, the yellow roses. Probably from Texas. Yellow rose of Texas. They're not people in my family, yellow rose from Texas, but just that came into my head. And that was another solve. Was that the rose in New Mexico? The Lone Star Hotel or something? Star. I can't remember now. Just so many different things. What did Robert say, Mario? Just to paraphrase. He was talking about the monetary system, Catcher in the Rye, Alexandria. I didn't hear everything that he said, just caught some of it. And how Forrest was talking about that. That's what this was about. He was talking about conspiracy. JFK, I think he brought up. He mentioned a few things that I just thought, oh, this is interesting. And then once he said a few of those things, it was like, oh, well, he clearly knows what's going on or has a good understanding of what could have been going on. But I didn't hear, I didn't watch all of it. It doesn't matter to me that people know or don't know. It matters that people believe in, what Forrest Fenn did. That's what matters. So he said these, oh, I'm live apparently. So he said these things that, for me, seemed to be the only person that had an understanding of what Forrest was saying or doing. He could be the solver for all we know. He could be the person that worked it all out. I don't know what his solve is. I didn't stay and listen. Just heard what he was talking about. Thought I was Australian school your business. Wow. Oh, it could be the yellow and purple flowers. The foo will be in the form of a smile worth. Yeah. Yes, it will. I mean, don't get me wrong. Realistically, wanting to be rich, of course, you'd be lying if you say you didn't want to be rich. Being the person that, did this, you'd be lying if you say, it didn't matter whether you did it or not. Everybody wants to be the person that did this. So those things, were in my mind that, I could better my life and I could be the person that said, yeah, I did the Forrest Fenn poem and I, found the answers or whatever. Absolutely, 100%. But if that was just all I was concerned about, 4 years ago, I would be saying, yeah, look, I, like everyone else, I did it. I was the person that got answers. I was the person that found the answers. I was the person that solved the poem, like everybody else. But if, I believe if you did solve the poem, it didn't matter about you. It didn't matter. Your part in this only matters at the end when Forrest has done everything that was not required, not required, desired. Everything that was desired from the thrill of the chase. If that was done, then fine. Then you can be part of it if you're the solver or the finder or whatever. Prairie Rose. Just a bunch of subjects and they did. Absolute details, yeah. Absolute details. 100% details. I'm not, listen to what he says, go to street things. I'm not going to try and put into words what he was saying or my opinion of what he was saying. Better you hear them. But they're specifics. They are absolute specifics of what he believes Forrest Fenn was saying. And those specifics, in my opinion, are very real, very pertinent to the chase. So yeah, they're specifics. He's 100%, in my opinion, clued into what Forrest was hinting at, implying. That he talked about the Wizard of Oz, other stuff. Like I say, I didn't listen for long. I didn't need to. I heard what he was saying. I thought, oh, well, where did? I'm, I'm not sure who this person is. Like I know Robert G exists, and I'm not sure if that was the Robert. It didn't sound like his voice, so I don't think that was the Robert that was saying the stuff. But yeah, these specific stuff that didn't need, you know, for me, too much explaining, and relating specialized knowledge with simple information. So, whilst he went out and researched stuff, from the sounds of it, went out and researched stuff, he tied that stuff to the the tied that to the. I can't remember how Forrest worded it. So the 15% embellishment and the 85% real. You're allowed to embellish 15% of the time. So the real stuff, the 85%, you tied it to that sort of stuff that you could hear. I saw Niagara Falls stop. Wow. That's a pretty strong statement. So in your vision, you saw it stop, which means the water that flows. I mean, that's pretty powerful waterfall. The water that flows to that, for some reason, must have been redirected. Hey, David. Yes, the Wizard of Oz, 100%. He talked about the Wizard of Oz and talked about it being a monetary. I've been to Niagara Falls. My sister graduated from high school in Rochester, New York. She lives in Wyoming, New York. Ha! Shout out. Joe Allen and the Buffalo Bills. Huh? It was found in Wyoming. Was it found in New York? Yes, good on you, Lily Bell. Yes, good on you, Lily Bell. Good to have you here, Dave. I was watching you the other day, David, seen some of you, and what were you talking about? That's what he was talking about. The realization, shut the F up. I don't know how long I've been saying it. I don't know how long I've been telling people, haven't told you nothing because you're not supposed to say nothing. And then watching your show when you went, oh, I'm biting my tongue now, I'm biting my tongue now. The realization that Forrest, through the book, was saying, don't tell anyone, don't tell anyone, don't tell anyone, don't tell anyone, don't tell anyone. It was great to see it and hear it. It was like, oh man, at least somebody else says the same thing now. People say, oh, you don't tell us yourself, oh, you don't say this and you don't say that. It's like, well, you're not supposed to. That was the whole point of it. I wouldn't even tell my mother. I know, I know that just to shut up, just shut up. But he also said, the person who finds that chest can't keep it quiet. But yeah, that was brilliant when he said that. It's like, oh no, you're not supposed to say nothing. The little dog that looked like Toto showed me how to find my location. Only use the imagination and astounding science. You sound like Durfell. Everyone should have a passion. Yeah, we're supposed to share in Forrest's passion, but nobody wanted to. So his adventure. So he could have said, sharing my tenacity, because that was the word that he used to say how he ended up with Peggy. And that would make more sense. I was never short of passion. Yeah, it was it was it was good to hear you. I mean, I couldn't see you, but it was good to hear you say, what we talk about, the killing the animal. Not going to talk about it. And then you said like, oh, and all the other things that you said before that about not saying nothing. David, you cracked me up. You're funny a lot. Yeah. So it's great to hear people say what they believe the truth to be, but in a sarcastic way sometimes. The it's like, are you lot listening? This is what this is, and this is what this is. I mean, even that, the people in the Forrest Fenn chase at the moment don't even bring up the book, don't really talk about the poem, but you're reading the book and it's like, people moved away from that and they just do research and they just have their answers and they're not interested in the book and they're not interested in the poem and they just want people to agree with them and they don't want to agree with anyone else and they don't want to listen to anyone else. And it's just refreshing to actually be, involved in the thrill of the chase. As it was, I think that's something else you touched on. No, I think that might have been Street when he was talking to Robert. The I want the chase to be the way that it was. I want to, we're all happy and this, that, and the other, and no one falling out and stuff. I hope I live to see the things Forrest was attributed to. Well, and that's the issue, isn't it? The Forrest isn't attributed to doing what the answer is. He's been attributed to do lots of things that's not Forrest. So, DB Cooper, Amiga Man. There are things that Forrest has been attributed to that he hasn't done, but there's something that he hasn't been attributed to that maybe he did do. So it should be more along the lines of, I hope I live to be recognised for the thing that I have done and not the thing that I haven't done. Something like that. You will see. Tigger knows. Tigger knows, Well, I think that, according to the poem, Forrest is waiting. And everything that we've had in the chase has been because of Forrest. X marks the spot, the end game, STUEF.com. So if Forrest is waiting, then some things need to be done in order that Forrest is not waiting. So he's waiting for something specific to be done in order that he can bring about the beginning of the end. So, if that makes sense. So to start the end, to bring it, to a conclusion or whatever. If that makes any sense. He used reverse psychology with everything, in my opinion. I don't think it was reverse. I think he knew psychology, street smart, whatever it is. I think he knew people and he knew how they would be. He knew the answers they would give. And he was well aware that they would take absolutely no notice of everything that he said. Unless it was like, this is how you find my chest. But it had to be, I can't say simple and straightforward. It had to be dumbed down. If it wasn't dumbed down enough, for them to understand it and go straight to the treasure chest. They weren't interested. That's how I saw it. And Forrest knew that. He knew that. So this, you need metal and resolve, shift, drift, and adjust, move with confidence. People weren't bothered in all that. They just wanted to know, how can I find this chest? All of that other stuff. Even, my mum looking out the window waiting for the postman. That's something I heard him say. The ball of string, he cut the ball of string, all it said. I think the ball of string was all of the information that he got in the poem. But you'd have to work that out as it started when he was a boy. The bottle caps and everything started when he was a boy, and it took him his life to do this. But his imagination from when he was a boy to now is when that ball of string disappeared. It wouldn't have disappeared. You can't say the ball of string is relative to the chase at that time. It would only have been relevant as he got older. So the 79 or 80-year-old man that was a 13-year-old boy or whatever. If that makes sense as well. I have 6 strong passions that I have pursued all my life. They all complement each other very well, and they provide me a great quality of life. Excuse me. And that is, I don't know how to take that, whether you've been lucky or whether you are, passionate, dead keen on getting, the right result. Aberration. Out on the edge. If you've never been to the edge, that in itself could be an answer. If you've never been to the edge, what is the edge? Well, the edge is currently trending. So people going to the edge, yep, I can see that being something. Do you know that I know you know? I'll stop there. Do you know that I know you know? I'll stop there. Do you know? Are you talking to me? Are you talking to me? Show me the money. Do you know that I know you know? If you're talking to me, I know you know that I know. But it may not be me that knows. So, I was saying Robert has good information that could, lead him to. Remember, this is not just about a chest, and this is not just about a secret treasure. This is two things, one complementing the other, in the sense that without looking for the one, you won't find the other. You won't find one just by looking for one, because to get involved, you had to believe that there was something to find. But then to stay involved, you'd have to believe that it wasn't the thing that you thought you were going to find. It was something else. Yeah, the the understatements that people say in regard to the poem, I can't explain how, it's sold short, the poem. That's not being offensive. Like, the confirmers just keep compounding. Absolutely. Just no way. But the thing is, the more confirmers you get, the more the answers are proven, the more unbelievable it becomes. It's like, God, this can't be. How can somebody do all of this? And Forrest will be attributed to all of those things, to imagining the idea that encompasses the poem, to get all of that like a self-fulfilling prophecy almost, to be prophetic enough to know that it's going to happen. But it happens because it's going to happen. Out on the edge, yes, 100%. Do you know that I know you know that? Do you know? Do you know that I know you know that? Do you know that I know you know? Do you know that I know you know that? Do you know that I know you know? No, I didn't know that you knew that I knew that you knew that I knew. Looking out the window to see the postman is a grill cipher. Look through a window to find the letter. Use postal code to create the grill. I show all of this on my site. Connect a secret map. Also, yeah, I did some postal codes. Where were they? Another way of solving, but I didn't think that was right. Hey, MJ. Yes, he was a smart man. He was or is. Yeah, you know, I don't know how this was done. I really don't. Really have no idea. I can't. Whilst I can try and work out what Forrest Fenn has said or has wrote or what he maybe could have maybe meant, I cannot work out if this goes back to a 13-year-old boy thinking about doing something and then for the rest of his life putting that into practice, not putting into practice, thinking how it can be done, and then later on in life putting it into practice. I can't work out that ability to keep that mindset and then to put into practice what was the initial. I know you talked about the catalyst, but what was that initial idea to take that idea and then build a chase? Can't say around it, but the chase as well. You know, to have one thought and then to come up with something different and then to try and merge. Yeah. If you tell children, don't, then they probably will. At the time of the ball of string caper, the US Postal Service was required by law to collect string, and the workers had contests on who could create the biggest ball of string. Caper solved. Yeah, so getting the ball of string is one thing, but how do you get it out of the room if it's that big? How does it? So the mystery. I think that's what was talked about as well. I think he did. He talked about the ball of string and cutting the ball of string. But there was another mystery of the car as well. Like the car disappeared. There wasn't just one mystery. Davy B, I pointed that out on Capro's show. Obviously, Robert knows. He said he bought both books, even a redneck one. Can count to three. Well, no, the bit I heard, he said he didn't have the books. So unless he was talking at one particular point in time and then afterwards. So I think he said he didn't have the books and he's watching YouTube and getting information from YouTube and stuff. But I can't, I'm not trying to contradict you or anything. The bit I heard was he didn't have any books. Didn't know. One time you could put a postage stamp on a chart. No, 90 listens. No one listens. Yeah, no one listens. Washington Irvine in Sydney, September 1857. Washington Irving. I don't know what that is about, David. I don't know. Washington Irving arrived in Sydney, September. Talk about Sydney, Australia. The ball of string was used by Theseus. Yes. Was it a thesaurus? Do you think he saw us? Was that in the maze? Or oh, I thought Perseus was the Minotaur person. Who was the Minotaur person? Can't remember now. To find his way out. Has any? Has any what? I don't know what that means. Has any? But excuse me, take my eyes off. I can't see what I'm not doing. Got sleepy dust in my eyes and I can't. Do. What was I reading? What was I reading? Oh, it's still there. Has any? I was going to say something. I can't remember it. Can't even remember what I was going to say. Yes. What's that about, David? The Washington Irving arrived in Sydney September 1857. So there's two people trying to confuse me now. Has anyone done an anagram on? Yes, I have. I wish I could live to do the things I was attributed to. I wish. Ball and string, by Theseus. But Forrest knew where he was going. The string that was supposed to be to find his way back to the chest potentially could be what was in the poem. But realistically, it was never, ever, ever possible that Forrest would do that because he said there was only ever going to be one spot. Now, if he didn't know where that spot was, why, and I mean really know where that spot was, why would he be choosing that spot? That spot must have been so important, so special, so the reason that he could probably go to that spot blindfolded, let alone need a string to get there. I can't find one with that many letters, but that's because you're using the words that you know and not the words that Forrest Fenn knows. See, whatever the reason you do for yourself is because you have to try and think, what if Forrest did this? What if Forrest did that? Then, so to do an anagram that you think Forrest did, you're going to have to think it as Forrest would have thought it. There is a hidden anagram in the poem. Yes, there is. There is a hidden anagram in the poem. There is a hidden set of directions in the poem that are anagrams. And I don't mean the Metitsi realm of Horn or whatever that one was. Well, it could be. When I was young, I'd listen to the radio. When I was younger and just learning how to play guitar, and I would go hiking, fishing. All the string I found along the banks of the river, I would collect. A guitar strap out of it. Ooh, cool. We're talking, yeah, we're talking fishing. So catgut was what I heard to be called about fishing line, but I would. I read that Tigger MJ just says Tigger and then ooh. See, that's another thing. You all seem to know each other. Not all of you. Like you have conversations that are indicative to being, closer than just people that are. Mario, I can't pull away from your show tonight. If you must, though, do it. Do it. From there, it's no place for the meek. Anagrams to Mititsi Pitchball. Yes, but also anagrams to something else. And that was another soul, Mititsi. In Mititsi, you could go to a place in the wood, literally, and you would end up there at the side of, is it a stream? A stream. So there would be a place, was it? I can't remember if it was a homestead or a store. Can't remember which one it was. But the wood was on the banks or near this place. It would be there. But again, the original name of the Minotaur was Asterios. Asteriki. Asterio. The Minotaur. Yes, so he used the string to find his way out. Anagram was my friend's nanogram. I was dyslexic. Oh, that's a shame. Oh, what do they call them? What do they call them, Trusted? When they dress up and strip? I don't know what they call them. Or Asterion, meaning starry one. Starry, starry night. MJ, I do that walking and on my bike. I'm walking and listening and stopping occasionally to throw my 2 cents in. Right. Well, at least you've got 2 cents. Some people haven't even got 2 cents to rub together, apparently. Do you still have cents? Like, do you still have? Oh, you must do if you still have. Yeah, like, do you have? Like, we have a 5 pence coin. Do you have something in between? You've got cents, nickels, dimes, cents. Do you have anything that's like worth 10 cents or something that's worth 50 cents? Or does it just go cents and then a dollar, a buck, a greenback? Interesting. I didn't know about the Matizzi soul. Yes, the Matizzi soul is real. Bavin. Was it called Bavin? Is that wood? Bavin? Something like that. I can't remember. Raven in the wood. Matizzi. I've done that many souls. Many, 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 many. So, is the Bavin Braven in the Wood one? Can't remember what it is now. You're Braven in the Wood. Is it Bavin? Is Bavin wood? Can't remember. Something like that. That means wood. Can't remember what it is. Like, the sticks that are outside the STUEF.com thingamajiggy. They could be called Bavin, if that's the word. I can't remember the word now. It was nearly 5 years ago. Pennies? Pennies? Yeah, you have pennies, but your pennies are cents, aren't they? Like 1 cent and 100 cents is a dollar, which is 1 penny. Then, like, we have 1 penny, 2 penny, 5 penny, 10 penny, 50 penny, and then a pound. So it's reduced. with all of these, you make up this £1. But all I know is that you have cents and a buck. Like, do you have a 50-cent piece, a 10-cent piece, a 5-cent piece? I think you do have a 5-cent. I'm sure you do. I think so. So, do you have those things as well? It was the son of a white bull. I'm building shelves, so in and out. When I dress up to strip, wear a raincoat, waterproof, rules, rubber gloves, rubber boots. I know what you did last summer. And an eye shield on my hard hat. We call it paint stripping. They have when they come to the parties, dress up as a policeman or something, and what do they call them? Male. I can't remember what they call them. My Labrador gave me a free chiropractor adjustment to my neck as I was laying babies last night. Oh, that's cool. I have a fire inspection and need to organise a storage container. You do? That sounds interesting. If, your mind goes to the chase and you start thinking that way. And a sparkly mask. I think Trusted used to be in the Village People. We didn't see him for an extra 5 cents equals an extra 10 cents equals a dime, 25 cents equals a quarter, 50 cents equals a dollar. Ah, right. So I knew you had nickels and dimes, but I didn't realize that nickels and dimes were 5 cents and 10 cents. I knew you had quarters, but I didn't realize they were 25 cents. But I didn't know you had a 50 cents half dollar, which used to be called dollar, didn't it? That was another soul. Dollar. Dallar, which was brought over from another country. Was it Holland? Netherlands. That was another piece of information. We have pennies, nickels, dimes, quarters, half dollars, and dollar bills. Hell, we even have a $2. No, you don't have a $2 bill. I thought nickels changed it. I thought that was a Porky from Forrest, wasn't it? A $2 bill. Then we have limited edition $3 bills. Are you winding me up now? This is not real. Is this a virtual statement in the forest? God, this blurry stuff has gone a bit out of whatever now. Bill Clinton's on the $3 bill. They have $2 bills. I never knew that. I thought that was a Porky. Jefferson. Ooh, that's a chase name. Jefferson is on it. Thomas Jefferson, yeah. Yes, I know about Thomas. Not Thomas the Tank Engine. Not him. Yeah, I seem to know a bit more about your country, its beginnings, than I do mine. And when I say its beginnings, I mean the Declaration of Independence and the charter that was set up and the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution. I have a few $2 silver certificates, Mario. I can send you one for Christmas. So they're really $2 bills. I thought that was a. I don't believe you have $2 bills. I can't. I don't ever. Silver certificates, $2 silver certificates. And they're mainstream currency. They're not just like special edition, one-off $2 bills. Actually, I suppose we have a £2 coin now, so they could, How long have they been out? Are they like? Have you had them for like 50, 60, 70, 80 years, or they just? Ben Franklin is on the $2 bill. You can use them if people collect them. Yes, Thomas Jefferson wrote the Jefferson Bible in response to deviant Christian preachers. All this lowered his. Well, there are some negatives with the beauty of the world. 100 years you've had $2 bills. Wow. Ben, our Ben is on the $100 bill. Our Ben out of the chase is on the $100 bill. Mr. Franklin. Franklin is in the picture on the back. Wouldn't that shock you? That make Well, no, it wouldn't make him as old or trusted, but it'd make him old if he was on the $100 bill. See, that's another thing. I keep saying these things, but nobody wants to take any notice, and it's just gone out of my head. The bank. I put an IOU in the chest, but then I took it out because I thought my bank would not be there. It's like, what? What do you mean you thought your bank wouldn't be there? It wasn't. He's not obviously not with a fly-by-night little bank. He's not. He's not your average Joe. $20,000 a year wage. He just chooses any Tom, Dick, and Harry bank. So there's a reason. That all those statements about money. No. First $2 certificate was issued. What? 1862? Why have I never heard of a $2 bill? Wow, that's crazy. Also had a cane that would calm water. He had oil in the cane as a magic trick, where warm waters halt. 100 shekel bar. Yes, he is, David, because he was a signer. Yes, somebody just said 1862, and I'll have to. Why has it never been mentioned? Like, it's not. I've never seen any evidence, either written or in a film or anything, where somebody spent a $2 note. It's crazy. And we've only just had a £2 coin, in the last few years. It didn't exist before then. It was a £1, or a £5, and it used to be notes, not coins. So are they still paper? Like, do you have a $2 paper note and a $1 paper note, or have they changed to coins? I have a $2 bill in my, and then it's covered by the heart. Is that desk? Right now, along with the 4 mobile phones. Yes, desk. The man on the original 2 was killed in a duel by Aaron Burr. He died the next day at 2 o'clock. Ooh, and that name rings a bell. Why does that name ring a bell, Aaron Burr? Probably because it's Ironside or something. His name was Burr, wasn't it? The bloke in Ironside. It's a program like that anyway. Somebody called Burl. Yes, with the 4 phones. Yeah, see that's another thing about interpretation. Thanks for that, David. The statement about, was it 9 billion phones? Did you say how many phones? You said lots of billions anyway. And people were under this. Well, you can't have, children wouldn't have a phone, and blah 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 blah. And the perception is one phone each, but in reality, somebody has 4 phones, which means there's 3 people that don't have a phone. So if that's the case, a quarter of the 9 billion, which is 2 point something, 2.25, 2.25, something like that, whatever it is, didn't have a phone. 2 point something billion, 2.25 billion didn't have a phone. Alexander Hamilton. No, Raymond Burr I'm thinking of, aren't I? Raymond Burr. That was the Aaron Burr. Raymond Burr. I like the Sacagawea dollar. Ooh, Sacagawea. That's another solve. Sacagawea. Have I got one of them? I used to collect coins. Quite a few coins, a few American coins. Obviously, whoever the shopkeeper was that accepted it didn't notice that it was the wrong one. So I've got a few American coins. Oh, but I haven't got the coins that I used to, the amount that I used to have. Again, it was stolen. My record stolen. All my stuff stolen. Happy days. I collect them too. Obviously, got from Golden Key stamped with a tiger paw. Collect $2 bills and like 15. I'm rich. Woohoo! China, Russia, and Saudi are going to collapse the American oil dollar. Well, I think it's it's going to happen. It's definitely going to happen. That's a done thing. China, Russia, and Saudi are going to collapse the American dollar. I have quite a few of them. I just like them. I don't have any of them. I don't even have a £2 one. Does it make sense that Russian warships are in Havana? Oh, that's a song, Havana. Can't remember where it goes now. Should do, but I can't remember. So I can't sing it. Oil is not valued in American dollars anymore, Tigger. The agreement 50 years finished about 3 months ago. Yes, it's all gone pear-shaped. It's a pretty penny. A friend had a penny worth $8,000. What? Friend had a penny worth $8,000. Is that the one with the buffalo doodah thingamajig? Can't remember. I'm guessing you lot didn't read Too Far to Walk. I'm pretending to be a limey. You're guessing correctly, sir. No, didn't read Too Far to Walk. And you all pretending to be a limey. So how were you pretending to be a limey? I missed what you said. Dun, 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 dun. Alexander Hamilton. That doesn't make sense. Yes, but it is in America. The BRICS will be very strong. What? BRICS? Some kind of misprint. I check all my coin now. But aren't they sitting ducks? Well, they tried. China and Russia tried to fly over America, didn't they? Now that in itself says your government in charge at the moment don't mean anything to them. For them to collaborate and fly 4 planes over the US to see how they are dealt with says, you know what I mean? I'm not sure if it takes balls to do that or just a lack of respect for whoever's in charge of your country. 4 planes, Russia and China, together. A coalition of those two powers decided that they'd just fly their planes over the United States of America. Crazy. Jigger, it will be okay. Yes, I think there's a plan, excuse me, to. It's war. What is it good for? Absolutely nothing. Yeah, I don't think they're brave enough to take America on. I don't see. Well, mind you, what do I know? But I just think they didn't fly over. They were over international waters. Yeah, but the whole point. Yeah, absolutely nothing. Say it again. It's the let's see what America do. The intent is to fly over America. That's what the intent is, to see how far you can get. If they had any respect for the people in charge, they wouldn't even do that. It's like, no, we ain't going to get there. But they did it to see. That's the thing. But not. It's not just that they did it to see. They did it together. That's the important thing. The two countries teamed up to do this thing, even though they probably knew they couldn't do it. They teamed up to do it. How did Hamas hit the park in Israel? Was it below the Iron Dome? See, even that, Congress, when they ask the questions and that, and they say, yeah, we're doing everything we can to help Israel. Give it. No, you're not. No, you're not at all. You're not at all. And those people that hate Israel, they hate America too. The same people that hate Israel hate America too. So if you're not helping Israel, you're not helping America. And, to some extent, the world. And it doesn't matter what your beliefs are, it doesn't matter what religious beliefs you have or what history. That's like saying the person is attacking my next door neighbor. And if I don't do anything, they're going to attack me. But so what? I don't like my next door neighbor. That's crazy. Absolutely crazy. Yeah, I don't like my next door neighbor. So you're prepared to let them attack your next door neighbor and then attack you. And now you're on your own because your next door neighbor can't help you because you let them take them out in the first place. It's crazy. Absolutely crazy. There are terrorists attacking France now. The more people allow it to happen, the more it will happen. That's what I was just saying about the Russians and the Chinese. The more you let it happen, the more they'll do it. It's a crazy world that we live in. International waters from Australia is 20 kilometres from land on the most eastern, western, northern, southern point. I'm not sure why the Iron Dome didn't stop them. Why do people hate others? Because they don't agree. I think we found that in the chase. The arguments over politics and religion are bad enough, but then there's the argument about land. And Forrest is right. Why can't we just all get along? Just crazy. David, that's hilarious. I think you're right. Which David? Which David? Try and go back and read what was said to find out what's funny. Captain wanted a good cigar. I'm missing half of your stuff that you're saying. There are Daffy Duck in the White House now. Oh dear, jealousy and greed. The White House is a laughing stock at the moment. Yeah, all around the world. That's the horrible bit. You know, as we have nothing to do with the United States of America as such, but again, it's like your neighbour. You shouldn't want your neighbour to get beat up. The Iron Dome is a tinfoil hat. It is just a lie. For 8 months, all the surveillance system in northern Israel have been destroyed, and many Iron Dome defense batteries destroyed also. Yeah, you won't hear the real news about anything, to be fair. It's all fake stuff now, or censored. The only, or potentially, it's the small news outlets and, some random person doing a YouTube video or something. I pick a bunch of naked ladies on my walk. I love flowers. Nice, MJ. Love it. Tigger, yes, they are growing. Demons are everywhere. Flower emanate a high vibration, some with crystals and pretty rocks. Yeah, I find it hard to believe that something didn't create all of this. Even that, why was, people, JFK, people say why he was assassinated and, the Bay of Pigs, blah, blah. But, could it all be down to monetary stuff? The Again, it's all about what if, isn't it? What if it was this and what if it was that? Anyway, my time is 2:34, not 2:30 more. 2:30, but 2:30 in the morning. So I think I've talked about what I wanted to talk about. I can't even remember. Davey told me some part of it. Ben's off holiday. Robert, I think I said more than that though. Ask not what you can do for the chase, but ask not what you can. Ask not what the chase can do for you, but what you can do for the chase was where you should have been. Like, just the Kennedy sort of reference, but it's like, what can I do to make the chase succeed, or to aid Forrest in his endeavour? To let everyone get along, to make everyone a winner, those sort of things. I would even go further back in the barn, as Forrest said in the book. Go further back in the barn with Bessie the cow. I think what happened is the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution and everything was set up for the people. But when the country became rich with oil and gold, certainly, it wasn't about the people anymore. It was about the people in power, and that's the same throughout the world. Those people in power, including the banks and everything, they're the people that run the country, and that's what screws over the working man, or the person at the bottom. I think Forrest saw that. Yes, I am a night owl. I'm hoping that I'm wise. No, I am a night owl, but it has to be that way because Davy is getting up in the morning, and you'll soon be getting ready for bed because we're all in different places in the world. What are you doing to help FF now? What am I doing to help FF now? What am I doing? Well, that was it. It's not a case of it's doing nothing that helps and saying nothing that helps. That was the whole point. The staying out of the way, being worth the cold, maybe. Not being involved. Lily Bell? I didn't know that. Amazing. Is that about the eminent vibrations? Isn't it? Yeah. When you start doing all those things, you start worrying about, if I cut it, does it hurt them? Do they? Is it screams? How do you? Yeah, I wouldn't say I was wise. I don't think, Forrest is right. I don't think you have to be clever to hear what he says. You just have to be listening. They are setting up a nuclear weapon in Cuba. Well, wasn't that all about, you going history repeating itself? Wasn't that was what Kennedy was about? The people of the United States in the beginning were 90% illiterate. The 10% took control and have operated a rogue government ever since. Yeah, like I say, the initial declaration and that was 100% correct. The right idea, the right wording. But I know there was a fake one, not a fake one. Is it a fake one? Could be a fake one. Like one didn't see the light of day and one did. One was written in blood and the other one wasn't, or something like that. But the people are supposed to be in charge, and those people in politics are supposed to act for the people. It doesn't seem like that anymore. I listen and see Congress now, and more often than not, there's people on there that just won't answer questions and don't take any responsibility and won't allow the people to be given the truth, especially, since after the assassination and that. You can't even get the simple truth of what happened. It's all, well, I can't tell you that, can't tell you that, can't tell you that, can't tell you that. What are you here for then? You're supposed to be here to tell us, not to tell us for us to know, but to tell us because the people need to know. They want to know. You are beholden to them. They expect answers from you. And it's like, you've got nothing to force it through. It's pathetic. They work for you. That you're the boss and they're the employees and they work for you and they should be doing their best to, but I don't know, they just want their money. And that's another thing, you have to be a billionaire almost to run for president. Why? Why should you be super rich to run to govern the country? That takes away everything that it was set up for. It's supposed to be for the people, but the people can't even get to the point where they can run the country. That's horribly wrong. But you've been forced out of the opportunity to run the country because the country's not being run for you. It's science, MJ. Many things have electromagnetic current, light vibrations. The universe is sound. The idiots in the White House think that they won. They want, they won, they won, they want. People in power have forgotten they are Yes, they definitely have. Well, I have to do some things. I will listen. You won't because I'm going. I'm going to go. You won't miss anything. But thanks for all you say and do. Crystals are used in NASA and computers, etc. Flowers are also very effective. Have around. Well, if it weren't for the plants, we would all be dead because the carbon monoxide, the stuff that we breathe out, they purify. The methane and all this stuff that's the crap that's in the air. Without them, we wouldn't. The air would be unbreathable. Which again has to be that it's been designed and created in order for that to happen. Otherwise, that's what I was saying about evolution. It doesn't evolve; it dies. If you don't cope in the environment that you're in, you die. You don't evolve. You either survive because you adapt, but you don't evolve, or you die. So we didn't die because we put clothes on and we managed to have fires and we, you know, killed things and ate them. But we didn't change. We didn't change into a goat or a flipping monkey or a don't know whatever. We just adapted, but we're still the same thing, and that's all that happens with them. A cat may turn into a bigger cat or a smaller cat, but it won't turn into an orangutan. It just won't happen, or a dog or a bird. It just won't happen. The original Declaration of Independence specifically outlawed slavery. It was rewritten by committee before accepted. Yeah, the at the end of the day, the values from the original, you know, writings and what's happening today, no, no. Excuse spelling, I'm trying to make dinner. Take time to smell the roses and the coffee. Dioxide. Carbon dioxide, yes, not the monoxide. Well, I don't know. Plenty of exhaust fumes. Trusted. Abraham Lincoln said. Ooh, Lincoln. That was another thing that Robert said. The moment the USA moved away from the Declaration of Independence is when it started to fall apart. Yeah, so once the greed became too much, then what the man on the street wanted, needed, thought, didn't matter. And that's possibly, potentially, maybe when gold and the banks, started to Rockefeller and those people. Was Rockefeller a president? No, he may have been. But who was the other one? Rockefeller and can't remember. Another big name. Can't remember what his name was now. But yeah, they became in power and in charge, and you did the work for them. Just wait until the trans movement takes on trans species rights. Yeah, coffee is essential. Yeah, some mud, always essential. I was born in the USA. I was born an animal, but I'll be vegetable now. A mammal. That's another thing as well. You see, the thing that makes us able to be having this conversation, it's not an evolution that helped that. It, there's no way that we evolved to be able to talk, read, write. To do that, our children learn because we teach them. Then who taught us? How did we learn? do what we do. In some parts of the world, they talk like they make funny noises, but they talk to each other. What what gave us language? Now it's all right to say that we evolved. We evolved the language. Blah blah blah. We learned this. No, we didn't. Because how do you get Chinese? How do you get Japanese? How do you get French? How do you get German? How do you get Italian? How do you get? They would all have to evolve at separate times, but they will all have to evolve at the same time. So in different parts of the world, suddenly a human being decided, well, we're going to talk, and these are the words that we're going to use to talk, and they're totally different. Well, not totally different, but different. So in some parts of the world, there's not many parts of the world that speak English. That's similar to English, but there are words in France, in Italy, in those places that are similar. So you can understand how they can, through migration, change. But they're nothing like Chinese. They're nothing like Japanese. They're nothing like Vietnamese. They're nothing like Russian. They're, totally different. Different people using different ways to communicate. The same way to communicate through verbal communication. But the words they use are totally different. That's crazy. That that's not a new evolutionary thing that can happen simultaneously and separately at the same time. Humanoids all around the world didn't start thinking, oh yeah, we'll start talking, but we'll talk in this way. And someone in Russia said, yeah, we'll start talking, but we'll talk in this way. And somebody in Italy said, oh yeah, we'll start talking, but we'll talk in this way. So if it was a thing that happened in the world and people traveled around the world, then everybody should have the same language. So to me, it speaks of somebody from the future or something or some entity decided that because in the future this is the language that these people are speaking and this is how they are speaking, well, this is the language we'll give them. Because even though we were invaded by different cultures with different languages, we still speak English and they still speak Italian and they still speak German and they still speak Russian. I don't think Genghis Khan spoke English or Alexander the Great spoke English or I don't know, any of the other people that travelled the world and ruled over it. And yet you'd think that because they did, Attila the Hun, the Romans, we should all speak the language that they spoke, but we don't. Anyway, I've gone ranting. Dude, I was born, yeah, I've done that. I was born a poor black child. I remember that, yeah. Abraham Lincoln did many things. The last was enacting the National Banking Act that required the banks to have reserves to money issued because the banks printed money back then. Yeah, I wonder why he was shot. We lost our ability to communicate telepathically during the Dark Ages. Language developed. Yeah, but you'd have to say that, again, this is just going on what other people said. So the Dark Ages is called the Dark Ages because all the information is lost. That's very coincidental, isn't it? Very fortunate for some people to be able to tell you their interpretation of what happened in those days where we have no history, which is why they're called the Dark Ages, because we don't know much about it. So, could we communicate telepathically? And if it is that, can you manufacture sound through your mind and let somebody else hear it in their mind. For what? They did have the same language until the Tower of Babel was destroyed. I say again, it's all information from the powers that be that tell us what happened. But when you think about it, it's like, well, no, I don't think that's going to be that. The aliens substituted language for our telepathic abilities. I find it fascinating that even with all the different languages, we can still interpret laughter and tears. Yes. Yeah, but even that's confusing because, like, some people laugh out of fear, and some people cry out of happiness, and some people cry out of sadness. So, whilst you might see somebody crying, it's not always easy to know whether they're sad or whether they're crying happy. And it's not always easy to know that somebody laughing, like a nervous laugh, is laughing through, joy or laughing because they're scared of something. Yes, Tigger, the evil one did not like the people being united. Yes, yes. A volcano caused the Dark Ages. That's easy to believe. But there's supposed to be 3 days of darkness. What could happen then? How could you get 3 days of darkness? What if a big planet passed between us and the sun? And the time it took to travel from, obscuring the sun to coming out of the sun was 3 days. And how do we know it's 3 days if there's no sun to have day and night? Or what if the Earth stops on the cusp of one day and another, and for 24 hours doesn't move? That would be 3 days, even though it's not really 3 days. Bob Sager's like a rock. Oh, at least not like a virgin. Yes, our brain creates electronic impulses. Yeah, so it should be possible. Everything's electric. Everything's electric. Everything has an electrical energy, a vibration, as Lulu was saying. So therefore, it should be possible. Should be possible to be able to use that vibration, if you could control it, to let other people feel that vibration or hear that vibration. So you can have those earphones now that you don't put in your ears. They just vibrate the bones, and then you hear what's being said. So you can be consciously aware of background noises and things happening, but still hear music and something else while you wear them. 3 days of darkness will begin at noon. Moses was told to raise his hand to bring darkness over Egypt. Noon. No one. Noon. Noon. Noone. No one. What was that in? That was in one of them treasure hunt things. Yeah, what was it in? I don't know. What one is it in? What's the popular one? Can't. Someone must know. What was noon in? Noone. No one. Noon. Oh, was it the library? Precinct 13, whatever it's called? Warehouse 13. Says a rock. You're welcome like a rock. And with that then, I shall be saying, oh look, it's nearly 3 a.m. 3 a.m., that's the time of love. 3 a.m. 3 a.m. Moo moo. The ancients, the justified and ancients of moo moo. Darkness is an English word. Darkness. So is Nessie. She's an English word. Well, Scottish. Scottish. We are not to go outside or look out of our windows. Yes, you're not allowed to, otherwise you will not come back in. You're not allowed to go outside, you're not allowed to look. You'll be taken up, taken away or whatever. It is vital that nobody or no one shares my knowledge of the treasure location, page 133, TTC. Night all, be safe. Please stop spreading false fear. Not scared. No. So how is that false fear? It's should it go dark for no reason, then don't go outside. That's not spreading false fear. That's saying, look, some shit's going to happen. Excuse my French. And when it does, don't make it worse for yourself. If it don't happen, you haven't got to worry. But if it does happen, it's nice to be prepared. You know, should something like that happen, you must be thinking to yourself, man, that shouldn't happen. But this thing that shouldn't happen has been predicted. And because it was predicted, it was said, don't go outside. So don't go outside. There's no, you don't have to argue about it or not believe it. Should it happen, and in your mind it's never going to happen, so it doesn't matter. So there's no fear, or should be no fear. If you don't believe it's going to happen, there should be no fear of it happening. But if it does happen, it's nice to be prepared. It's like saying duck and cover, isn't it? There isn't really going to be a nuclear attack, but if there is one, that table ain't going to save you, or that door thing. If there is a nuclear attack, you hiding under a table ain't going to save you. It isn't going to save you. It's like, I don't get why they'd even say that. It's going to destroy miles and miles and miles of land. And then the effects of the radiation and everything else are going to cover more. Hiding under a table. Nah. Got to get back to work. I'm taking care of my sister. Yes, my family helps a bit, but many hats. You certainly do. And we are grateful for all of them. The end of Thriller tells of darkness falls across the land. The midnight hour is close at hand. Creatures crawl in search of blood to terrorize your neighborhood. Is it hard to prove that there is a God? Well, I think all of it's to prove that there is a God. The fact that people are trying to prove that there isn't a God proves that there's a God. And that's the bit I don't understand. The Bible says there will come a time when people turn against God and Jesus and everything else. And at that time, and it's like, well, that's what these people are doing. So you're creating a self-fulfilling prophecy by doing what the Bible said that you would do. Just and that, I don't know, my brain must think differently, but that I really don't get. It's like you're going out of your way to prove that the Bible is correct. So therefore, should somebody turn up and say that they are Jesus, that is all that's needed. That's all that's needed, because you've turned away and done what the Bible said you would do, and that's why that person had to come. Whereas if you didn't, if you embraced Jesus and God, then that prophecy can never happen. It can never happen. If the world is embracing God and Jesus, that prophecy will never happen, and that proves that it's false. But when you turn away from him, then that prophecy does happen, and that proves that the Bible's right. So therefore you shouldn't be turning away, because you're proving that the Bible is right. It's crazy. Very crazy. Get some sunblock, 3 million. Still won't help. No, still won't help. Hebrew word for darkness is, not H2O, H2822, and means death, destruction, wickedness. So it was same thing as what happened during Noah's Ark, which was Holocaust. Ooh. And that could be why Niagara Falls stops, because the water's somewhere else. Or, the ring of fire, you know. MJ, thanks. You're so nice. And if you can get over, I really will take you to a nice hot spring. Email me at Unique Rock Gem. I think we are at that time now. Yeah, and I think the more people who do these rallies of, 60 million different types of blooming orientation of people, and you know, um, refuse to accept that there is a God or there is a Jesus. The more that happens, the more like the end times it's going to be, and the more it proves that it was predicted. And then the more that it proves it was predicted means you should turn to Jesus anyway, because you're proving that what was said was right. So I don't know. But no, I want to be a kangaroo. Hi, fantastic. How you doing? Sorry, not because you're here, but I'm going. It's 3:03. Looks the same. Oh, that's what I was telling you the other day. The time. What time is it? Not free. Oh, you can't see. It's useless, isn't it? Why can't you? There isn't a point in time where you can see. There it is. There it is. What's the time? 011110. Oh, remember, it's just gone midnight by the juniper fire. What if I turn it upside down? It's still there, you just can't see it. Why can't you see it? Dag nabbit, it's the same one. It's the same time anyway. There. It's the same time, even upside down. I hate this. No. So that's the solve that you needed. I give up. There we are. 011110. And even that way. Oh. It's still 0110, even if you can't see it. There it is. Give up. But it's 01110, which is 11 minutes and 10 seconds past 1 o'clock, whichever way you read it. But for most people, to get a solve, they would have put 000000. That would have been the first thing. If you can get all the numbers the same, that it reads the same time, whichever way you look at it, would have been 0000 midnight. But Forrest wasn't there at midnight. He was there past midnight at 11 minutes, 10 seconds past 1 o'clock. You see how that works? It's a way of saying, if you don't have the correct time, it ain't going to work. If you have the right time, it'll work, but it won't be correct. Midnight is the right time because it's 00:00:00:00. It's the right time. Reading it either way, it's still 00:00:00:00, but it don't make it right because it ain't past midnight. It is actually midnight. So 1111, which I think you used the other day, Trusted. I can't remember who it was. It's quite important, but it's not just 1111. It's 011110, which if you flip round is 011110. Sometimes it's important to know what's worth knowing and what ain't. Oh, I don't know. I missed it. Stuff. I missed stuff. Here is a theory, Davy B, that B is an ancient story about collecting DNA of all the animals. Yeah, and that makes more sense for the ark to be what it is. If you could collect DNA rather than each animal, so you collect the DNA, the Y and the X chromosomes of each animal, then store them in a ship. That makes more sense than taking two of each animals for 40 days and 40 nights with all the poo and everything that goes on in there, plus having the room for all of them. It's easier to get the DNA off all those animals than it is to get the real animal. I pick a bunch to. Oh, I've read that before. We'll come back. Prophecy was not a prediction. It was a plan. Huge difference. Ooh. Ooh, what happened to Nostradamus? He died. Like we're all going to die. He died a normal life. He grew to be an old man and nobody killed him. He might have killed himself. Prophecy is often self fulfilling. Yes, so is a good lunch. Wrong, Tigger. Prophets were minstrels and poets that used the entertainment throughout the world. Hey, Indy, how are you doing? Again, I'll just have to say, not because you've turned up, but I'll be going. It's now 3:09. Glad you're here. Don't open your doors no matter what. Even if you hear neighbours calling, don't look out the windows in those 3 days of darkness, or else there will be no more days for you. There will be a deadly gas passing by. God will protect his elect and their animals. The Shadow Show, Forrest Saw by Moonlight, must have been amazing. We were doing that actually. When you have a torch. I got one of them really good torches that you could see miles away, and we were doing silly things with them. If the quake is going to take me out, I bet I'll still be expected to pay rent. I think if the quake takes you out, the person that you're supposed to be paying rent to may be taken out too. Ah, binary number 011. You've got too many ones, have you? 011111 translates to the decimal number 62. I thought it was just 4 ones. 1011110. So it's 1 minute, 11 minutes, 10 seconds past 1 o'clock. That says something else. That says something else. And you don't see the evil in that holotude by gas. I don't think anyone dies. They just shift to a different timeline. Timeline? Plane? Timeline? Ooh, plane. That's interesting. What state are you in? No, that was just what Forrest said. I think he said, what state are you in? So, yeah, I believe that we're all electrical impulses. So The electrical impulse is what keeps the body, awake, alive, thinking, blah, blah, blah. And then when you die, it says, oh, this place is not good enough now. I'm going to find another home. So it goes find another home. Tigger, I think that already happened. Like the cloud atlas. Physical body decays, consciousness transcends. Oh, Dick. Hi, Candy. Hi, Zozo. Yes. So this would have been a good conversation, but it's too late in the morning now. Pretty sure I died back in 2015, and this is my purgatory. This is supposed to be fun. Mind you, I don't know what's happening in your personal life, so I can't really say that, but the chase is supposed to be good. Good. Realistically, we should be entering a time where fun and answers can happen. If, you're prepared to accept fun and answers, that is. My life, not this life. That's fair enough. I can accept that. I can accept that. That's okay. Okay, Fred. Are you by the ocean, Candy? Cake by the ocean. Yes, I think Candy is by the ocean. I think she's, well, I don't want to say in case you don't want people to know. But one of them girls. I actually want to move to the beach. You'll be like that film then, where the big tsunami comes and they're just standing there looking at it going, oh, well. Oh, well, it's over. But if you are by the beach, you'll know it's over because the tide will just go out. It'll disappear and you'll be like, where's all the water gone? And then you'll hear a big loud sound. If you hear a big loud sound, like rushing water, you know, I just ride a shark before I die. Just make sure you got a surfboard there and then ride it out. Like, do the wipeout video. Or the perfect storm goes up and over. Yeah, I mean, laugh about it, but it's not funny. Realistically, even if you don't believe, realistically, every prophet that has any sort of credibility, I know some people say, oh, we've got no credibility at all, but any prophet that has any sort of credibility predicts, and even scientists are saying, it's going to be a time when it does happen. The Ring of Fire, that bit there, the San Andreas Fault, all that stuff, that's going to give way. Oh, I think Brandon said it, didn't he? Tigger, didn't Brandon say it? You should be east of the San Andreas. I think even he said it. But any one of those prophets say that America is going to be different and there's a lot of flooding. Not just America, England the same, United Kingdom. So that must mean a tremendous amount of water moving at a very high speed. Now, we know that's already happened before because the Easter Island heads are full statues. When they were put there, there would have been a full statue, full body. But they got covered over because a whole load of water moved and moved all the earth with it and then covered them up. So whoever lived there would have died. It's possible to know that because in and around that area will be all them bodies. If you can dig up those heads and the bodies that belong to it, at some place not too far away will be all the people that made those statues. Logic dictates that. The Madrid fault will go out before San Andreas. Yes, possibly. But even if the Madrid fault does go, if the San Andreas fault does go, a bit like Yellowstone, if it goes, it's a big thing. England be gone in the twinkle of an eye. Well, I think some of it will be there, and the middle parts of it, have more of a chance than the out parts. The London might disappear. Might some of it? Excuse me. I don't think all of it's going to be gone. But when you're a small island surrounded by lots of water, and that's going to be the issue. A bit like Japan. That probably not hold out too long. Yes, we're going to go surfing like USA. There is actually evidence of the biggest quake to ever exist, and that is what broke up Pangaea. Well, the Atlantis, Mumu, those places that lost forever. The one that's off Australia, that continent there. So, me personally, I think every so often the Earth does whatever it does. The water moves. There's a lot of water at the moment. It bulges, being forced out to the edge. At some point when it goes, it'll all just slosh and cover the planet differently than it is now. Then it will settle again, and then where there was land, there's water, and when there was water, there was land, and that's how it is. Unfortunately, that's what I believe because I'm stupid. Pole shift, which happens about every 13,000 years. Yeah, pole shift, anything. But it's that bulge that's the problem. At the moment, the Earth isn't round. There's a big bulge, and the water goes out to the side. And once that sort of elastic effect goes, it breaks, and then that's what covers the land, or some of the land, and then it settles, and then we carry on if we carry on. Yes, the continent. That's what I'm saying. Atlantis and Mumu, they're two continents. Plus, one of them might be the continent that's on under Australia, New Zealand. There's a continent buried under the water there. It's possible that should that happen, should the shift happen, should the volcano explode, should the ring of fire do whatever, then the event that's happened in history will happen again, and it will happen again and happen again. Or it could be that the Nibiru planet comes close to the Earth, and the gravity from the planet affects it. So the moon's supposed to affect the tides, but this planet will, if the moon affects the tides, then this planet will make it even worse, and that will move the oceans and have the same effect, but also trigger the volcanoes and the earthquakes and everything. So, and that's plausible if that planet exists. If that comes into our neighborhood, it won't just be that planet. Will be the other planets that are with it: the sun, the dwarf sun that's with it, our binary twin, supposedly, and the iron in the other planet will affect our electrical impulses and probably make us stupid, or have visions and see things. Japan too. Yes, Japan too. I'll have oceanfront property. Many environmentalist humans believe that their actions have a dramatic and damaging effect on the planet, but the universe is so large and insignificant. New Madrid is where the eclipses cross. Mu was the continent, Mario. Mu is your nightshirt. Mu. No, the Mu and Mumu are the people that discovered America in 900 before Columbus. Mu. Well, there might be the people of Mu. The justified and ancients. My ancestors guarded the blue stone. Blue or turquoise? I was down there in the spring once. Enjoyed beaches, long time since there. Scotland was a fraction of Atlantis, and it's all about thought. Yes, that's very possible. But I thought that Atlantis was between us and America. I thought Atlantis was in that middle bit. I grew up on the ocean beaches. My brother owned a surf shop in Huntington Beach. We loved surfing. Oh, my family lives in a place called Huntington almost. The first eclipse passed over towns called Salem. The second went over 7 towns called Never. Ooh. Lot of healing qualities in blue stones. It was a warning as the city of Nineveh repented. It was also known as Lemuria. Ooh. No, Atlantis was so massive. How else do you think there were so many still over the world? Which is what I was saying. You should watch that Egyptian movie. Yeah, Atlantis was so massive was in between us and America. So the distance between the is it the Pacific between us? How big that is? That's where Atlantis was, and Atlantis was supposedly more technologically advanced than we are now. And some of the stuff they found, that they can't even do now or work out what it's about, supposedly from there. The Atlantic, that's the one. And it doesn't surprise me because Atlantis is in the Atlantic. You've only got to use that C and that S, and you have the Atlantis Sea, not the Atlantic Sea. So maybe there's something in it, but it's supposed to have been between us and Mu instead of Moo Moo is supposed to have been another one that was covered as well. Um, but again, it's all just written by men, and our history is not reality. The Sumerians. It's proven that there was a civilization before the civilization that we've been told about. So even though it goes back to the first god Chaos, and then Kronos and all that, our history does not talk about all the other pyramids that exist in the world. Doesn't talk about it. And it's impossible for all those things to exist in the world being made in the way that people say they were made. This, so many thousand people and so many animals. No. Because when you carry a 20-ton block of stone, how do you put that in position? It's one thing to drag it from one place to another. It's another thing to say, well, move it over a couple of feet. No, this way. No, to you. No, to me. No, it doesn't happen. You're not going to build a pyramid by having 1,000 people all pulling on a piece of rope. No, shut up. There's something wrong with people's imagination or thought process if they think that that's possible. To drag a 20-ton, 30-ton, 40-ton stone block is one thing. Trying to get away with it by saying, yeah, thousands of people and oxen and that, they pulled it. But then when you get it to the place, you've got to just, leave it out a bit, put it in position, just get it right. Not just get it right, get it more precise than we can get it now. No, that's just stupid. It doesn't happen. There is none of this to me, to you. Let's get it right in place and then build it up. And no, it didn't happen. So whatever technique was used is not the technique that we're being given by people who only had like chisels and stuff, or stones that they bang and wear things away. No, that didn't happen. No. So the way I look at it is, if it's possible, then how is it possible? Well, it's not possible the way that you've told me. I know it's not possible the way that you've told me. Not a million people can't maneuver a 30-ton stone block into place. It's just not possible for them people all to get together and move it. It doesn't happen. That's one thing getting a brick and going, yeah, I'll just straighten that up. It's another thing getting a 30-ton block and saying, yeah, we haven't got it in place yet. Let's just nudge it over 3 foot, 2 foot, 1 foot, 3 millimeters. Don't happen. Doesn't happen. And you're silly to think that it does. Pyramids were built with an exostructure, inclined plane. Well, I think they were poured concrete. I think they made concrete and poured it in place. That's why it's so precise. They, and you look at some of the architecture, and you can see shells in the stone. It's like shells don't exist in stone unless it was made. They just took the stuff near the rivers, grabbed it all together, and then poured it into a whatever mold. That's it. Took away the mold and left it in place. Job done. You could do that with anti-gravity. Yeah, but it doesn't matter how they did it. What matters is we were told they did it with 1,000 odd people with chisels. They didn't know. They didn't do it. So however it was done, it doesn't matter how it was done. It's just what you're telling me, not you, but what these people are telling me is bullshit. It wasn't done like that. However it was done needs to be known. But what for me is known is no, they didn't do it like that. They didn't do it the way that you're telling me they did it. So why are you lying about the history? That you're teaching me in the school that I went to. Why were you telling me that was the case? Because I know it's not the case. That's impossible. So not the way that it was done. Whatever way that it was done is one thing, but the way that I've been told it was done, no. The history of the people and the first civilizations and what those civilizations were capable of, no. Stonehenge didn't, just happen. The pyramids weren't just built by people who didn't know nothing about the stars and everything. Of course, they knew about the stars and everything. So you have to factor all that in, which says what you're telling me is a load of rubbish. These people weren't stupid. They weren't primitive people. Who built it? They couldn't have been. And these pyramids that are built all over the world, Angkor Wat and everywhere else, these buildings that are built all over the world have the same, constellation thought process behind it. So that says, a bit like language, existing all at one point in time. No, it doesn't happen unless a higher being or a higher civilization are involved. So, the noses of all the statues and that are broken in Egypt to try and hide the fact that they're dark coloured people. The noses are different. Whereas we believe that they're more Mediterranean type looking than African type looking. So yeah, you're lying to me. These people in education have been lying. So why lie? Why are they lying? Thoth built the pyramids. Yeah, I'm not going to argue with that. I'll argue that the Egyptians, in the way that you described them in my history books, nah, rubbish. That didn't happen. Awesome time overall, no breaches. Did you follow us? If Forrest built the Egyptian Acropolis approx. Yeah. So, and these names exist for a reason, like Ra, and I can't remember half of them now. But they exist for a reason. These hieroglyphs exist for a reason. And people are able to read them, but they don't tell us the truth of what they say. If they did, there's supposed to be that electric light, the Egyptian light. How is it possible that the inside of the pyramid is exactly the same temperature all the time? It can't be, unless there's some sort of technology made to do that, because the colder it is outside, the colder it is inside eventually. So on a really hot day, my house is quite hot, but on a cold day, my house is cold. It doesn't stay the same temperature all the time unless I change the temperature in the house. So something is going on in the pyramids that keeps it the same temperature all the time. And in effect, the air in there should not be breathable. After so many years, it shouldn't be breathable. And yet it is and was. And there must be something that's circulating it and doing those things that we're unaware of. Whether it's in the stones, whether it's in the I don't know. Even in one of the pyramids, there's a stick sticking out of the stone. It's like sticks don't come in stones. It don't happen. It don't happen. So there's some falsehoods going on there. People got much more done back then because they didn't have a phone to look at. Well done, David. Even just building those pyramids, they would die of asphyxiation because the air would have been bad. The way they were supposed to have built it with the tunnels and that, they wouldn't have been able to breathe. So anybody that built it would have died in there building it. So, like the escape tunnels that they had to make. No, silly, silly, silly talk. Upwards of 800-ton stones used in ancient construction, even twice as large private, didn't make it to. Yeah, it's just bull how they, like, not how they did it, how they really did it. I'm not talking about how they really did it. I'm talking about how these people said they did it. Didn't do it like that. You don't move that sort of weight and then put it into place and it be perfect. It's impossible. You may, if you're lucky, move it, but then you can't put it into place. There's no way you can maneuver it into place. And even if you did, it wouldn't be bang on perfect every time. It wouldn't. That's impossible. So why the line, I don't know. But oh, cool! Didn't know you knew you into stones too. Cool, blue stones. I enjoy. I thought you could say lapidotry then, but whatever. But lapidary, which is similar to the lapis. That's how you're supposed to be saying it, David. By the way, lapis lazuli, the color of the thing, the lapis lazuli. That's how I interpret that word, anyway. The lapis lazuli. They don't tell, which is similar to the lapi in the lapidary. They don't tell the truth because they don't know how to read the names. They use stupid diction meanings. Names are very important. Yeah, it's a bit like the solve to the Forrest Fenn poem. They don't tell the truth because they don't know how to read the poem. They use stupid diction meanings. Yeah, but when you imagine that the Rosetta Stone had 3 languages and nobody could interpret it, Nostradamus wrote in 3 or 4 different languages, so they couldn't interpret what he was saying. There seems to be a lot of people in history that didn't want you to know what at that time would have been the present, but either their present or their history actually was, because nobody could read it. So it seems to, a bit like Forrest, there seems to be a lot of hiding stuff in plain sight, but nobody can translate it well enough to understand what it is. Anyway, I'm definitely going. Me too. I polish rocks when I have time, I think that says. So thank you all for coming in. Thank Rick Street for Robert, because that was very interesting. And if you don't listen to Robert, then I don't know. Just sent out a bit of love. I don't know what your mind is thinking when you just ignore fresh information, which was clear and precise as to the links or chains or whatever Robert was talking about. Why he thought it was what it was. And again, I don't know, who this person is or how they created a solve or whatever. Just in that little bit that I heard was um, an understanding of the thrill of the chase. Well, those Masons are the ones that have all the knowledge, aren't they? The Apparently the Egyptians were killed if they were, talking about the knowledge that they have, and they were the ones that came up with the metric system, and Romans or whatever decided, however it went through history, that we would use imperial metric, not metric, but the imperial way of calculating stuff in inches and feet and yards and instead of meters and the golden ratio stuff and all that. Lulybell, can you sell them to the rich kids like Forrest? I disagree with that, Robert. Yeah, but that's what most people say. But, I find the information to be simplified and correct information. But who knows? Only Forrest knows. Good night, Mario. Ta-ta, pip-pip, toodaloo, and all that stuff. What-ho? Thanks, Trusted. Very nice of you to speak in my language. David, I sold to Bruce Willis. I sold to Bruce Willis. I sold large specimens, still deal. Not as much anymore. Yes, that would be one of the rich kids. Yes, I'd say that would be a fairly rich kid. Yeah, but I'm one better than Bruce Willis because I got some stones off you as well, and I'm not a rich kid. Really not a rich kid. Really not. So I thank you for watching. Whether you don't have to believe me, I've told you hundreds of times, but you do have to believe that this wasn't about a chest and that Forrest Fenn has done something amazing, and you're supposed to understand. So it's hard to know for sure, 100% sure. I believe that Forrest did all this knowingly, but some of the things I see is like, well, why that then? If this was all done and planned and predicted, why was he upset when it was found, or was it just staged? Because he said he was ambivalent, and then there was pictures of him, really upset that it was found. Is it because he thought that what he had planned would not come to fruition? So the 4 years that we've all waited is because Forrest was still doing what he needed to do to make it all work, to a place where even memory has not been. Was it because of that? Did he know that it would finish, but didn't know that it would finish or would be known that early? So he knew that it would end when it's supposed to end. And because he knew it was supposed to end when it was supposed to end, he didn't think that it would be found so soon. Don't know. Ta-ta, old chap. Thanks, Jose. Thanks, everybody. I really appreciate you listening, even if you don't believe it. That the fact that we just chat and agree to disagree, that's good enough, isn't it? So I thank you all. I was gonna type that in. Oh, I put you all. I'm not gonna put you all. I'm gonna put y'all. Y'all. I'm gonna put y'all. Thank y'all. Thanks, MJ. Thanks, Richard. It's been a wild ride. It certainly has. I think like it's slowing down now, coming to the point where the safety bars go up, and you're able to get out and look at the picture that you had when you're screaming going through it. But yeah, it's all good, all good, which is what it's supposed to be if you're listening good. So ciao for now. Take care, everyone. Have a good night.